Punisher, what's up, brother? So I'm trying to get the last little bit of this set up. You're about to become a moderator. Okay. Crap. What the hell happened here? What's up, man? So I'm trying to get this last little bit of it set up, and I'll be with y'all in a second. Yeah, this is being a headache right now. Okay. All right, Fook, you're becoming a moderator too. So what I need from you guys is we're pushing the Make-A-Wish thing for Georgia. No, I did not hit that. But we're pushing Make-A-Wish Georgia, the drive that we're doing. So you guys, if you can help, if you guys can help by posting that every so often and reminding people while we're doing this, that'd be amazing. And I needed moderators anyways. Rogue Patriot, what's going on, man? So if you guys are new here, what's fixing to happen is there's a 20-sided die here. And this thing is going to pick the knife that we run tonight. I've got my Civivi Mastodon. Here's the Massillon KNI 245. Maxilla, what's going on? KNI 245 that I just did the review on. We got the Albatross Cool Flipper. And we have the Gerber Paraframe. And of course, we got the Paraframe, which is the one I don't really want to hurt myself with. Yes, sir, Civivi Mastodon. And we're also, tonight, we got nothing but steel we haven't done yet. We got 9CR, 7CR, VG10, and the Gerber Mystery Hot Dog Steel that they won't tell us what it is. So, at 5 o'clock, we're going to roll. Go ahead and put your guesses in now. Which one do you think we're going to get? So, Maxilla is expecting the Albatross. So that's what, just a guess, what's up? So we got to vote for the red one. I want this one. I really want to play with it. This one's on washers. The Bull Mastiff is the same pattern. All right, so we got to vote for this one. But the Bull Mastiff is the same pattern and it's on bearings, but this one's on washers. The Civivis I have, the ball bearings are about typical for ball bearings. Gotcha. Yeah, I want to play with this one. I really do. Like, this is one of my old favorites right here. I love carrying this thing, but I really want to do a pocket cleaver on here. It's overdue. I think it's brass washers. I haven't had it. Yeah, they're brass. So I haven't had it apart, but you can see it down in there. All right, T minus whatever's left of this next minute, guys. 1977, you in here? Oh yeah, I love me some pocket cleavers. I love a good pocket cleaver. Fook, thank you. Yes, sir. We are doing a drive for Make-A-Wish, Georgia this month. If you click that link, it'll take you straight to Make-A-Wish, Georgia. You can drop in $1 or $2. Just put it in other amount under the boxes because I'm pretty sure nobody wants to donate $50 in one time right now unless you really got them deep pockets. Yeah. The Albatross is neat. Like, I like the flipper tab and the axis lock combo, and the action on it is, well, it's really smooth when the bead's not in the way. But let's let the die of fate decide the rest of our evening. 3! Yes! Got a 3. Oh boy. These will go back in the box for future live streams, but we got a 3. There she blows. Yeah, I got one I wanted. So the 8CR, if you're new here, we've done 8CR a few times. And every time that 8CR has lasted pretty much exactly 2.5 hours. This is 9CR, so I'm waiting. I'm expecting maybe 3.5 hours before it gets dull. But let me get some paper. I stropped the piss out of this a couple days ago in preparation for live streams. So I borked the cut. But like you can see here, she plenty sharp. I hate when stuff falls on the lights. No, don't live on the light. Stay away from the light. You're going to hell. Don't go towards the light. Go the other way. Hey, that die is not loaded. It's giving me the worst possible roll 3 weeks in a row. You know this. You were here. All right, first cut. That felt pretty good. Choil. Oh, that choil's nice. Oh, this thing's cutting good. All right, so what have you guys been getting into today? Like, I've been going back and forth between sleeping and running the mobile games I made the mistake of downloading a couple days ago. That being said, I've been doing good playing them without using any cash. So this thing I EDC'd for quite a while. I love carrying pocket cleavers. They are like one of my favorite things on the planet. You can easily EDC this as long as you got room in your pocket for it, or in my case, the waistband. This thing tucked down in the waistband is nice, out of the way. It's flat, it's comfortable, and yeah, this is fantastic for EDC stuff. God, it feels good to be cutting with this thing. Oh, you're always first. Like, you are definitely in a hurry to get there first. I appreciate it. You know, like, I don't think this channel's big enough to warrant everyone. Like, I don't think the channel's big enough yet to warrant trying to be first. But you're really good about getting there, man. Yes, the clip is about as deep carry as it gets. What the hell? I forgot the name of that Civivi I got from Tim's School of Fish again. It's not the Praxis, but it's another small one. Jeez, what the hell was that? Oh, nice. Oh, what are we hung up on? Here we are. What was I going to say? Yeah, like, I know not terribly fascinating, but I re-downloaded Candy Crush for the first time in probably the better part of a decade now, and started running that again. I've been playing well enough to not really need any money for it. which is nice. And I pulled Angry Birds 2, hoping for the old Angry Birds 1 experience, and no, it's just nothing but 30-second ads, nonstop. Like, you can sit there for about 5 minutes watching ads, and then play for 2 minutes and spend another 5 minutes watching ads. Well, here's the thing, is like, you know, when I'm not at work, I'm kind of sitting and doing nothing. I've gotten fried out on staring at YouTube all day. Scrolling Facebook doesn't offer a whole lot for me right now. So it's got to be something. And while I'm sitting there in my truck on break at work, I got to be doing something. Like, it makes it easier to completely dissociate while I'm in the truck waiting for my break to end. Oh man, this thing is cutting so nice, guys. I think oh yeah, no, it's just me. I'm happy sitting still doing nothing for extended periods of time. I'm not sure exactly why. It's probably not healthy, but you know, that's just kind of who I am. And I think this might be the first time in a long time we just had a straight up flat grind to work with. I take that back. We had a flat grind on the ST-155, but that knife makes Jesus cry. Yeah, I love playing match 3 games. You know, that comes from them being like the puzzle game du jour when you're not playing Tetris years and years ago. And like, they're relaxing, and I'm pretty decent with them, so, you know, I can kind of enjoy what I'm doing. Oh, good God, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't mess with casino games too much just because betting is not for me. Like, I won't bet on sporting events. I won't play poker with real cash on the table. I can't handle betting. And that just kind of, that pushes into an area where I'm just not that interested. Okay, that box is dead. What else can we cut up now? We have got another 32-pound crush test. It's time to make the public saltines repent for their sins. And there's like an old game from forever ago called Chuzzle, which it's kind of one of those impulse buy games at Walmart for your PC. And I got real attached to that when I was a lot younger. And I kept checking to see if it was on mobile so I could just play it on the phone instead of having to go to the kitchen to the PC every time I wanted to play, which was never. Well, I never want to sit on the PC playing games. Let's put it that way. It's finally on mobile, and I was able to pay for ad-free with just play points that I built up over time. Which is also part of why I was able to just kind of sit and do that instead of coming down here and spending 30 minutes sitting around waiting to start the stream. And I did pay for all 3 days of Blade Show. Buddy of mine hooked me up with a link for $50 tickets. So that still leaves me right now $140 to buy something while I'm there. And lost track of my train of thought. Yeah, I can wander around and hang out for a few days. I mean, here's the thing, is like, I used to work at a restaurant that had one of those video blackjack machines, and I could pretty reliably hit about $77 off of $10 worth of play. But I'd always go back in and try to turn that into $150, $200, and it never worked. I just burned the entire 77 that I made trying to get more money out of it. So I'd start with 10, and I might end up with 15 if I was lucky after running all that through. And the place was sketchy enough that the owner sold duty-free cigarettes if you asked for them. And so they were like $3 a pack when I think the regular price was a bit more expensive. So I just buy a bunch of them while I was there and do that. But yeah, I don't gamble responsibly. I have the self-control of a 4-year-old with a bag of candy. Now, if we got chips on the table and no cash, yeah, I'll play poker. Yeah, Fook, that sounds about like me. Mountain Dew and cans of Monster. But the last time I played poker, that was wild. Sitting there across the table with from the guy that my ex-wife was having an affair with, and I was absolutely plastered. So I was getting more and more and more aggressive, and just kind of daring him to start something. And at some point, I remembered to throw my bad hands away. So, like, I threw my last, like, 3 chips in there and stood up. I won that hand and then proceeded to take every single chip off the table and clean him all the way out. Just talking shit the whole time. Just daring him to, like, get up and start something. Just hoping. That's not to say I'm good at poker. That particular game just got turned around and went well for me, and it's probably because I was so loose I wasn't really thinking about what I was doing. It's like, that looks good, keep it. Oh, that looks bad, bye-bye. Well, it's not the gambling aspect, it's the gaming aspect. Like poker, even in the absence of cash, is still a pretty fun game. You know, as long as you're at the table with the right people and you're relaxing and having fun and not having somebody try to turn into a competitive, aggressive dickhead like I would have done back in the day. It can be a lot of fun. It's just, you know, I've done a lot of lost track of my train of thought. You know, I've done a lot of gaming over the course of my life. You know, Magic the Gathering was a big one. I played that religiously for ages. So you get into stuff like that, and I kind of get into the game side of it, not the money side of it. Because again, like, I'll run myself broke and try to figure out how to get more money so I can get myself back in the game and get all my money back, and I won't. And I'll spend the rest of the night living with pretty profound regret. Whereas if we're just playing for chips, if I get my lunch money taken, that's fine. It's not real money. I had some guys in my friend group, which a lot of them are in the same boat as me. Like, they really shouldn't be gambling, but they line up and play poker for cash. And there'd be fist fights at those tables. Every guy's betting their shoes and losing them, stuff like that. Like, I'd hear stories about it later. It's like, God damn, I'm glad I wasn't there. If I was doing good and somebody bet me their shoes, I'd do that just so they had to go home without shoes on. Like, no other reason. But I think we're talking about some Jordans or something, you know, something in demand like that. Yeah, I mean, they weren't cheap shoes, but that for me, that's not the point. For me, it's just like, I want you to go home without shoes, buddy. No, for me, again, it's not about the shoes. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. You want to bet your shoes with me, I will let you go home in your socks. Just fine. Enjoy walking across my gravel driveway. I don't have a gravel driveway. Yep. That last cut's not folding over as bad as it normally does. This cut's so nice. Yeah, what's up, your neighbor's cat? That cat talking shit? Yeah, unless they decide to keep that cat exclusively indoors, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do about that. All you gonna do is sit the cat down and have a conversation with it. Now look here. You can't go crapping in the neighbor's garden. The cat's like, okay. Still gonna do it though. Alright. There's yet another box filled to the top with cardboard. Let's get another box broken out. There she blows. Minoring for free? I have no idea what that is, dude. Well, I've got Punisher and who the hell else do I got? Fook? But I got a couple mods so that they can help me push the Make-A-Wish Georgia drive that we're doing this month. So just to kind of post reminders and post the link for me, stuff like that. I just got 2 mods right now. And of course, these live streams have been happening often enough that we are kind of reaching the point where there is a concern that someone's going to have to swing the band hammer sooner or later. And of course, my alt channel that I'm watching the comments on is also a mod. Yeah, no, if you've taken a look, I know there's like some sticker shock because the first thing you see is the minimum donation is $50, but if you go below those and look at other amount, you can donate $1 if you want. Like, I'm gonna throw some cash in the hat whenever I get paid again. It ain't gonna be $50, but it'll be something. Yeah, I remember the last time, like, I had to ask those same questions, like, how do you do less than $50? I don't have $50. Yeah, no, way back when I lived out in the boonies. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. You don't have to worry about it. It's only if you can and want to. Like, there's no expectation. But we had a neighbor that would go around and just swap trash between cans on trash day. I still don't know where the fuck she got a bag of onions in Russian. Like, where the fuck did that come from? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you are consistently here longer than just about anybody else on most of those streams. It's like you, there's Spook, Knockoff when he can, 1977. You guys are here and active for most of these streams. Who is it? Matisfaction. Literally every single person in the comments on those streams is a fucking moderator. Like, you fucking drop in there and immediately, oh, I'm a moderator. What the hell? Why? I'm sorry, making everybody a moderator is not good, especially if someone starts wanting to post some really fucked up links. I'm assuming being back at work's all right. If things were better at my particular store at the moment, going back to work and feel pretty good after being off for a while. But at the moment, I desperately need something to change there so I can go back to being happy. But at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, generally speaking, I don't trust people enough for that. You got to kind of have a track record with me before I'll do something like that. You know, and I don't need a million moderators. I just need a couple to kind of keep an eye on things. Yeah, I was like, can you ban another moderator? Nice. Yeah, like I hung out at 900, like 989, 990, 989, 990 for like the last 3 days now. And it went from like 972 up to 990 in no time flat compared to how long it took. How long it took to get up even to that first 100. It might happen today or tomorrow. It might not. Like, I figured out why the pocket checks will fluctuate between doing 500 views and doing 2,500 views. When I got subscribers coming in fairly consistently, they do numbers. When I don't, they hover around 500 a pop. And I mean, doing numbers by anyone else's standards is still pretty low, but for me right now where the channel is, you know, something getting 2,500 views is really helpful. Every time they'd pick up and hit like 2,500 views, I'd get like 3, 4, 5 subscribers off it that day. Yeah, and I'm kind of interested to see how this whole setup works, streaming horizontally on live, or whether we want to just keep it vertical, because everything is set up to frame in vertical. Yeah, I think I had one guy, like, he came in, he subbed, then asked if I did fixed blades. I was like, I can't really carry them and review them fairly, so I don't. And then the sub count dropped by 1 like 3 minutes later. Friday. No, I was trying to sleep on Friday. I was supposed to open Saturday, and then my schedule got jacked around after I was full of medication, so I didn't really get to catch the stream. Well, that's one thing I'm looking at. Like, I'm not sure there's like a valid reason to switch to horizontal if all we're doing is this. You know, and if I was to sit here and point the camera at my face and sit there and talk, like, there's not that much for me to talk about without having somebody else on here with me and nothing to do outside of just kind of, especially when the chat goes dead, see me sitting there staring at the camera saying nothing because I can't think of shit. Oh, God. Fucking... So there are some places that I hang out where we have Zoom on top of our regular activity. And for a hot minute, the Zoom bombers were something else. My favorite, there was a guy in all black with a black mask on, and he was just sitting there playing with a big old thing of fake dynamite. And that was fucking amazing. Now, I will say this thing is definitely pushing my knuckles into the table fairly often. I'm not sure why that hasn't been so much of a problem with the other knives, I'll be honest. What'd you get this time, knockoff? Cutmaster is not one that I'm familiar with. Hopefully you got them at a fair price. Oh, I know why I'm hitting the table so much. I don't really have a like a drop point or something, so it's kind of hard to just get the tip down in there and not have to bring it down to cut. That was close. I almost started leaking people juice. All right, what do we got next? Oh, all right. Well, torture time. I don't know whether or not I got the strength to make Vienna Fingers pay for their sins against humanity. This is a 44-pound crush test box, but we're gonna try. Maybe if we all believe really, really hard. Oh, shit, you know what? Before we tear the edge up too much, let's get this double wall stuff and try a cut on this, see if this is any better than the last few. Nope. This stuff's just really, really, really hard to cut. Like, literally, my whole body weight's on this just about, and my chair is rocking back and my feet are off the floor. That is some tough shit. God. Thanks, Spook. Yeah, if you're here and you haven't jumped in the chat, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. You can pop in the link and throw like $1 or $2 in there if that's all you want to do. But every little bit helps. The guy that's raising money, he streams on Twitch as BrownLove010, which you'll see when you go to the site. And he does this every year for a month straight. Last year, he raised enough to grant 3 separate wishes, or not last year, but total. And last year, he pulled 5,000. I'd love it if we help blow 5,000 out of the water. But that's his goal for this year, too. And last year, I hooked him up with one of my friends that won Forged in Fire and got him set up with a custom knife to give away, or to do a giveaway on for donations. Hey, 1937 to 2007. Yeah, it was made sometime. We can all agree the knife was made. All right, this is going through the 44-pound test a lot easier than the last couple have. It's actually doable. I really like this flat grind. Yeah, this is one of the easiest cuts we've had so far. I know the Tigress had a flat grind on it and did okay. I don't remember exactly how okay. It's been a little while. I think everything else has either been a Scandi or a hollow. I think. because I know the last few that we've had, like this 44-pound test, sucked. I'm gonna make the first pick for the night. We're gonna go Grim Reaper. All right, let's get the song. That's not the song. Come on. Come on. Not yet. Come on, where is it? There we are. Knives are life. What's up, dude? Yeah, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. So the mods have the link for that. If you want to drop $1 or $2 in the hat, that'd be amazing. If you don't want to, no worries. But yeah, I got the Civivi Mastodon. Like, I really, really, really wanted to run this one, and the 20-sided die smiled upon me. The Knight's Edge, what's going on? We got our Civivi Mastodon, and we're testing the 9CR13 and comparing it to 8CR to see if we get a extra edge retention off it. We had 7CR VG10 and the mystery hot dog steel Gerber puts in the paraframe that they won't tell anyone what it is. And this is one of my old favorite EDCs. Like, I love this knife, so I really wanted to play with it. Yeah, like, I'm looking to see, like, maybe 30 minutes of extra edge retention. I don't know yet. Like, the 8CR always lasts almost exactly 2.5 hours. So, maybe we'll see 3 hours. And this thing, I'm on 44-pound crush test cardboard right now, and the last few knives have been struggling hard to cut it. This is blasting right through it. Like, it's harder than the normal boxes, but it's still cutting it pretty nice. I believe that would be a +1 Constitution. And we're doing a Rio Punch today. Oh, dude, nice. What'd you win? Dude, a Griptilian? Fucking nice, man. Yeah, I mean, the Mastodon's been extinct for a while. Actually, like, if we're making dinosaur jokes, yes, but you actually can still buy it. Yeah, I'd love to win a free Benchmade. Ah, dude, I will check the emails out. Me with knives. What's up? I'll take a look at the links. Like, that's what the email address is there for. But if you do that, just pack them all into one. Make it easy. I've still got a couple weeks to go before I have to buy something new. And we should be past Blade Show before I run out of the backlog. And, my Blade Show buddy says he's got a pocket cleaver for me that I'm going to be really excited to try out. So, looking forward to that. Oh, God, this cut's so good, gentlemen. Oh, that is rapturous. Jason Beecher, what's up? Yeah, no, I'll take a look at them. The only caveat to that, if they're tipped down, they ain't getting bought. And I said, don't get your feelings hurt if they don't get bought. I'll take a look at them, but this is 9CR on the Civivi Mastodon. Yeah, no, this thing is awesome. Like, I loved carrying this when I first got it before the channel started. Like, way before the channel started, and I didn't have too many knives to pick from. This got a ton of carry time until I got the Bull Mastiff. And that one being on bearings and centrifugal opening just kind of took this out of rotation. Oh, good looking out, man. Yeah, the mystery steel is always fun. Like, at some point, I do want to get an old stainless Pakistan off eBay and run that, just to see if how I remember those things being is really, really what it's like. So I remember those things coming out of the box dull and going really dull really quickly. Yeah, if y'all remember on that last stream when we started like really checking the edge crush test on it, these 44 pounders were a fucking bitch to cut. Thank you for the reminder. If you're watching, gonna plug Make-A-Wish Georgia again. We're raising money for it. If you want to hit the link and drop even $1 or $2 in, it helps. You know, enough people drop $1 in there, it adds up. I'm me, what's up? So the 20-sided die picked out my Civivi Mastodon in 9CR, so we're testing this out. And I can't tell you how happy I am. I rolled the low number to get this one, because this is the one I wanted to run for the last 2 streams. Last stream and this stream, so definitely partying on this one. I think knockoff. Real quick, jump in there and let us know which one is 440. I think it's 8CR, but I could be wrong. He's got all that information at his fingertips. He's got a Blade Steel app that tells him what the metallurgy is on all these. Uh, 440, is that the exact same as 9CR or 8CR? Yes, we did test OS 8 on the Boker Kalashnikov. If I remember right, it did better than a 8CR, but not quite as good as D2. I think. It's been a while since I did that, but if you go back and look, okay, 7CR. What was I saying? Yeah, there is a an aftermath video on the Boker Kalashnikov that we did. So yeah, I mean, the Damascus, if it's a reputable knife maker, your odds are really high that it's going to be 1080 and shit. High nickel steel, I can't remember the fucking name of right now. Like 1095 and 15 and 20. There we are. And that 15 and 20 is your shiny part, and that 1095 is the dark part of the Damascus. But if you're looking at like no name, yeah, like untrustworthy, sketchy company Damascus, that could be anything. And of course, there's also the debate between calling it a Damascus and true Wootz Damascus. But that pattern welding has been listed as Damascus for something like 200 years or some shit like that. So it's been being called Damascus that long. It is a legitimate part of the lexicon. I've got my aluminum in Damascus, but that thing is so pretty I don't want to carry it because I'm so scared of dropping it. Especially with those scales being clear resin with the shredded carbon fiber and the copper flake floating in it. Like, I am so scared I'm going to get that first drop on it. I'd be interested to see stainless Damascus because that shit's really fucking hard to make. Stainless steel does not like forge welding. And yet we almost had VG10. We had a 7CR, VG10, 9CR, and whatever Gerber's mystery steel is lined up tonight. Huh. I'm guessing the CR series steels aren't as stainless as I think they are. Oh, wow. Dude, that's awesome. Really? I'm wondering if it's not got like just the angle of the apex of the edge is not good, or if it's legitimately soft steel, because I wouldn't think the steel would be that damn soft. I'd almost bet that the grind is a bit too obtuse, and you ran into a brain fart parsing, knocking the fine part of the apex down. Well, that's something that, you know, we got this guy right here. I'm going to clean this up a little bit. But this will probably be its own live stream testing out the Damascus on it. I need to oil it. But this is one of those, it's like SCCO supplies or something like that. Run this and see how well the Damascus holds up. I've got to sharpen it first, though. We'll like do a special live stream for this. So I'm kind of curious. It might hold up good, but we also know what we're looking for as far as edge retention now, so we can actually get good data off this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like a burr on the apex. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, we rocked up to 933. Like we picked up 2 when the stream started. I'm kind of curious if YouTube's gonna say, yeah, you're gonna wait for a few more days. Because for the last couple days, maybe 3, we've been bouncing from 990 to 989, 988, 989, 990, 989. Yeah, I'll go down to 2.5 micron on mine, but I've also got a lot of grip progression on my strops, so like a knife would have to be stupid dull for me to not be able to bring it back to life with that. There's like 40 micron down to, or 20 micron down to 14 micron, down to 10, down to 5, down to 2.5. Yeah, no, that's what surprises me is at least for the longest time, stainless was really hard to make Damascus with. Like, it doesn't like forge welding. At least that's what I've seen from the guys online that have tried forge welding stainless. It's really hard to forge weld. Cheese it. It's time for you to pay. Yeah, I mean, in about 15 minutes, we're going to check to see if the edge has really got any significant wear on it. Like with 8CR by now, we've just knocked the finest part of the apex down and we're still going strong. So we check every hour to see how the edge is holding up, or when the cardboard really starts wadding up and getting caught up in the edge. And then we'll check it and see how it's doing and strop if needed. But going from the way the cuts feel, it's still just fine. Oh, God, I want a Midgard's Messer. Nope, Gakit works as well too. Yes, I just did the video on that this morning, I think. But yeah, I did carry it all week. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I've said it a million times. I love ridiculous, overbuilt stuff, things like that. Thank you, Fook. If you're just getting here, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish, Georgia. If you want to drop $1 or $2 in the hat, I'd be greatly appreciative. 32-pound crush test on this. See if we can raise enough money to grant a 4th wish this year. Yeah, no, that pocket clip. If it had a better pocket clip, it'd be okay. It still wouldn't be as good as the Duratec or the Harbor Freight, but it would be good enough. Yeah, and I'll have to take a look at my work schedule and see when we're going to do the next live stream. I try to make these, try to do these once a week if I can. I know the last one was like 3 days ago or something, but this is when I got the time to do it. I'm closing for the rest of the week, so I got to be awake until, I don't know, one in the morning, something like that, before I can load up on meds. So I went and looked at the Massillon, the specs on it before I did the video. I'm like trying to force myself to remember to do that. But the $29.99 that was crossed out and it was on sale is gone. But honestly, I wouldn't buy the Massillon if you can get the Duratec. Just buy the Duratec instead. Like, and of course, we're looking forward to running the 7CR through this at some point when the 20-sided die smiles upon us. But yeah, like, honestly, if you get it for $6 or $7, yeah, but at the same price, you can get so much better. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of things, there are aftermarket parts. Yeah, that's one of the things that pisses me off with with this thing is there's no aftermarket clip to fix the garbage that they put on here. But yeah, aftermarket clips can get really expensive. I've only got one wire pocket clip, but I happen to really, really like it. I'd like to have more. The cardboard dust is already starting to get all up in my mouth and nose. Yeah, I have yet to start buying aftermarket pocket clips, but, you know, if I'm going to spend the money on an aftermarket pocket clip, Knight's Edge, man, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. It's going to be for an expensive knife, and I'm not going to cheap out. So all this cardboard comes from work. I just take boxes from work and bring them home, and then take them back and throw them in the baler to be recycled whenever we're done here. So like last time I had like 5 boxes of cut up cardboard, no, 6 to get rid of. We have got a Civivi Mastodon in 9CR. This is what the 20-sided die picked for us. So we're going in on this thing, and 8CR always does like 2.5 hours, so I'm hoping to see 3.5 hours out of this. We'll see. It's a 9CR 18, I believe. And the way this thing is cutting through the cardboard, we're just going to have one worn spot right here. This is going to still be sharp. This is probably still going to be sharp, but the wear is going to show up right here. Like, I don't know if it's showing up on camera. Probably not, but the cardboard and tape leavings are all building up right here. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like buying a replacement pocket clip for a lot of things. You can get one for like 13, 17 bucks. But like, I don't want to buy just a replacement. I want a nice pocket clip if I'm going to spend the money. And those things just get too expensive too fast. I'm one of the poors that we flex on. All I know is when I got money, people like me better watch out. I'm already lord over 1 square foot of land in Scotland. I just need money to back it up now. That's what I'm saying. Like, straight up replacement pocket clips aren't super expensive. It's just when you get past replacement into some nicer stuff, they just start expensive and go crazy from there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like you're making small batches of these things out of materials like titanium, which is a ton of machining and a ton of cost. Like, there's the machine hours, there's the operator hours, there's materials cost. You know, everything adds up. And, you know, I know why they're expensive. It's just like, no, I'm too broke for that shit. Damn, this thing's cutting good. It's a freaking laser. So I've got the WorkSharp Precision Adjust, the mid-range one that comes with all the stones, but not the Pro. Or not the Elite, whichever one. So I've got that. I've got strops with a lot of grip progression through diamond paste that does a really good job. And if I'm doing a cheap knife that I want to knock out in like 2 minutes, I've got the Work Sharp with the Kin Onion blade grinding attachment, and I'll slack belt it and just smash it out in like 2 minutes and get on with my life. You know, but that belt grinder is for the cheap knives and stuff that, you know, I'm not worried about, you know, making a factory edge or keeping it locked at a specific angle. I just want a fast, low angle convex on it. Milkman John, yes. So what we're doing here is we're looking at edge retention. Like I'm learning about this stuff as we do this. And you know, like a lot of guys will review a knife and you know they won't really do a test like this on it to see how it actually does. This will tell me about edge retention. It'll tell me about ergonomics. It'll tell me about the blade grind and the angle of the apex of the blade. You learn a lot. And the other half of this too is I'm just hanging out with you guys shooting the shit. Like I do this so I can hang out with you guys and we can kind of keep each other entertained for a few hours. Thank you, sir. Regular reminder, this month we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. If you got like $1 or $2 to drop in the hat, I would be immensely grateful. We are trying to help the guy. So the guy raising the money is a personal friend of mine, like in real life. He's one of the best people I know, just overall. Very good man, very wholesome person. And he's raised enough money doing this to grant 3 separate wishes. So I'd like to help him get up to 4. And last year he killed $5,000, and I'd like to help him beat that. But yeah, like I said, like a lot of this is just to hang out with you guys and shoot the shit. You know, we'll see how the edge holds up. Like, I didn't know that, say, 440 could take so many cuts before going dull. I didn't know 8CR13 was going to do so damn good before going dull. 3CR13 took a lot of damn cardboard, and it didn't really go that dull. You know, like, I'm learning about this stuff as we go. You know, and the more I learn, the less picky I become about blade steels, but I'm starting to become picky again. Like, the next super budget showdown that I do, there's probably going to be some 3CR show up there. And it's not starting to pull, it's just when you get through cuts where there's like a missing patch of this layer of cardboard here or something like that, the blade's going to skip through. Like, you're looking at the overall average, not 2 or 3 weird cuts. Like, it's still doing the same as it did when we started. And we got about 5 minutes here before we stop and check to see how much of the fine part of the apex has been broken down. But yeah, like, I don't know how to sharpen with stones. I also don't have the money to buy decent stones. So, at some point, I will, just to say I can. But right now, the work sharps get me where I want to go. Like when we did this knife, the edge profile on it was so bad that I had to stop halfway through and put a whole new profile on it and grind it down to 18 degrees. And it took about 20 minutes ish to put a whole new edge on this at 18 degrees. Like, I love that work sharp. I wish Spyderco had less nasty clips on them. Like, all the ones that I look at have that weird clip with the lanyard hole in the middle. They're not deep carry. They're set up all funky. Like, I don't like those clips. The Tenacious I have, that clip, it works. It does its job quite well, but it is ugly, and it's not deep carry. Which, not deep carry makes my life a little bit easier, but I still prefer deep carry for most things. Like the not deep carry on the Artisan Proponent. The not deep carry part of the Artisan Proponent wound up being a really, really good thing to have. All right, pepperoni with lean beef dog snacks. You're going down, bitch. And 32 pounds per 32 pound crush test. Yeah, Spyderco won't get away from that clip. It's like, give us some options. Like, let us buy an extra clip that makes a deep carry. Like, it can't be that hard to do. Like, I understand they're doing that for utility, but all right, Fook. Hey, let's check the edge real quick before you go, Fook. Yeah, she's still doing fine. Ah. Why is the cut not cooperating? Guys, I'm getting mad. There we are. So yeah, it's doing about the same thing 8CR does, you know. It's not quite as worn as 8CR gets by this point, but the fine part of the apex is knocked down a little bit. Brian F., what's going on, man? Oh no, I like being barefoot. I don't know if y'all can really see my feet that often, but I prefer barefoot. If I don't absolutely have to wear shoes, I don't. Now, back in my preteen and early teenage years, I never wore shoes unless I was forced to, like going to school or something like that. Well, as sharp as these things are, leather slippers aren't going to help. But, yeah, like I could walk on gravel barefoot. I could walk on like 100-degree day asphalt barefoot. Like I miss being able to do that, but now like I work and I go places you gotta wear shoes, so I don't get to wander around barefoot that often. So what I'm expecting here is we should see no real wear after the next hour. It's just the very finest part of the apex knockdown. Oh yeah, strong arm. I've seen real mixed reviews on the strong arm. Like the blade steel supposedly pretty damn soft, and like it's okay for the price, but not that great. But that's just what I've seen, not experienced. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be really durable, and I mean, that's one thing with a lot of military knives is edge retention just isn't there. You know, I know they're designed. I know they're designed to be field sharp, and I know they're designed to not snap unless you really, really do something dumb with them. Which is part of why I'm not really angry at the fact that, you know, everyone says the edge retention ain't great, but it's like you're not testing it for the right reasons there. It's not a bushcrafting knife. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last thing I got for free from Amazon. I think it was a hair dryer, like nothing fun. I'm not cutting those double layers down. Yeah, I know Moras are definitely ridiculously good, especially for like $10. Good God. Fook, it is your turn to pick. Oh, no, not Fook. He's gone. Punisher, your turn to pick. Which fart do you want? Punisher, which fart do you want? Scuba Guy. All right. You always go for Scuba Guy, don't you? I don't think he has a song, so we're just going to get a few. They all sound wet. All right, one more. Okay. Yeah, Fook, you missed it. It was your turn to pick, and then I remembered you weren't here. Yeah, I mean, the Gerber knives that I have been kind of disappointing. Like quality control issues, the blade grind's been messed up, the bevel's been messed up, the edge hasn't been good. I don't think that's an entirely fair assessment though, because I was looking at like just about the cheapest stuff they offered. You know, like the Quadrant, that thing was garbage out of the box. I had to fix the detent and put a fresh edge on it. Now, I'm still gonna carry it and check it out. Ian Helper, what's up? Everybody's doing good, I think. The blade's holding up good. This is 9CR, so we're getting a little bit better performance than 8CR. So far, it's not staggering, but we need to get another couple hours in to see how this thing's doing. This is like $50. If you look up the Civivi Mastodon on Amazon, it's like 50 bucks. However, if you're going to do that, the Bull Mastiff is the same price, same pattern. The blade just has a fuller instead of the cleaver hole, and it's on bearings, so you can centrifugally open it. That's the one I'd go with. All right, Punisher. See you in a bit here. Yeah, I'm guessing 3 to 3.5 hours before we got a strop, but that is a guess. We haven't done 9CR before. Oh yeah, Punisher will be back in about 30 minutes here. Like I said, I got charger cables everywhere, so I don't have to worry about that. Like, very rarely do I see my phone get below 80% charge. The 440 we did on the Buck 110 was, I think, about 2.5 hours. Or no, it was like 2 hours, sorry. It was something like that. It wasn't as long as the rest of them. The 440C, I think, was... trying to remember. I think that was also the 2.5 to 3 hour mark. I could be wrong. It's been a little while. The Ganzo. I don't remember exactly. You'd have to check out the Aftermath video or remember the stream. My brain has completely let go of that information, which is part of why we have the Aftermath videos, so they can be checked. I think it was right there with a 8CR, but I really don't fully remember. Well, the Buck 110 is from 1980, so we were checking out a very, very old heat treatment on that too. But the 440C, I think, was right there neck and neck with 8CR. Swear? I'm not sure what we're swearing on here. Yeah, trying to do a spreadsheet on something like this and keep track of that is more than my brain wants to process. My memory is super sketchy and unreliable. Some things I'll remember, and other things, if I'm not actively looking at it, it just kind of vanishes. All right, if anyone's going to be swearing fealty, it's going to be to the guy that actually has the title of Lord, which is me. Oh, yeah. Thank you, folk. We are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. There is the link in the chat. If you got $1 or $2, I greatly appreciate it. And I know the guys that have been here for a minute have heard it about 8 times now. Oh, wow. Holy shit, that is awesome. I may have to get the 1,000 subscriber video put together whenever I get home from work. I think I know how I'm going to handle the giveaway. But yeah, maybe putting that giveaway video together tomorrow. No, it's not going to be a number game. It's going to be leave a comment, and then I'll pick one on pickawinner.co, and then you email me if you win. I send you a code word to comment with. That way I can confirm that is you. And then we exchange information, and I get your address and send it out. Oh, yeah, this right here. That is a bite from a machete. I went to a camp out. It was like 60 people deep. And I went to go build a fire because nobody else had. And I got out my Cold Steel Bowie machete. And this was like 5-6 minutes after I got there and got out of my van. And yeah, that thing skipped off the wood I was cutting and swung around and just caught me right there because that's exactly where my arm was hanging, and it just went all the way around. And all that happened is a friend of mine, we cleaned it. A friend of mine slapped a maxi pad on there. I went back to building the fire. I did the rest of the camp out there. Never went to the doctor. It just healed up on its own. For a lot of other people, that'd be a big deal when it happened. I'm just like, ah, shit, we're doing this. Okay. Like, I've seen so much and been through so much that, like, you know, it's like when I had the 5mm kidney stone, I was definitely moving around a lot and switching between laying down and sitting up at the hospital, waiting in that waiting room for as long as I did. But I was still as calm as could possibly be. You know, like it was bad, but, you know, I've been through worse. Broken wrist, kind of the same deal. Sitting there just quietly going, come on, I'm tired of waiting. That was 7 hours without any pain meds because of bullshit. Sat there with a broken wrist for 7 fucking hours before I got any pain meds. Like, I'm just sitting there holding a bag of water that used to be ice on it for like the last 2 hours. No, fucking pain meds exist for a reason. I do not suffer on purpose. Fuck that. I can deal with a lot of pain, but I do not want to continue dealing with it longer than I absolutely have to. Now, if you're sitting there trying to act tough to impress other people, you're a fucking idiot. It's not that I try to act tough. It's just like the cut on my wrist, I couldn't afford to go to a doctor, so I didn't. You know, since I couldn't afford to go to a doctor, there's no reason to leave the camp out. The bleeding was under control at that point in time. Yeah, no. So they did morphine for the kidney stones. One thing I can't do anymore, thanks to the time I damn near shit myself to death, is I can no longer take NSAIDs. Advil, all that. And I thought that whole episode's over and I might not have... it's like, it's over. I might not be allergic to them. It may have just needed that situation to subside, so I took some NSAIDs for back pain. Wound up with the hospital with something inside my chest swelling out of control. I thought my appendix was exploding. Like, that was pain comparable to the kidney stone and comparable to the broken wrist. I thought it was my appendix exploding, so I was like, I didn't even try to act tough. I looked at the wife, I'm like, you need to drive me to the hospital, now. And they did their scans and all that, and the doctor just walks in and goes, here, have some morphine. Like, okay. Pain is not weakness leaving the body. I don't understand where that came from. You know, it's not like pain's really going to turn you into like, pain will change you. It'll turn you into a different person and all that, but you don't have to go through that. It's not mandatory. You know, it's just, it's getting into that is a long, dark mess that's not fit for a live stream. Just say I've been through it. I wouldn't wish that on anybody else. I take that back. If you hurt women, children, and animals, I would wish that on you. But, you know, it just, you know, no one should have to go through that. You know, and again, you don't have to have pain to know you're alive. Like, yeah, pain is because something is wrong. Like, you shouldn't have to sit there and suffer unless you got no other option. You know, there's one point I had a tooth that was broken, and part of it was starting to act like what was left was starting to act weird. No insurance, can't afford a dentist, so I sat there watching something on TV, and I got out a knockoff Leatherman, reached in there, and pulled the rest of it out, you know. Oh yeah, no. Listen, I understand the part of that is just kind of teaching you how to accept it, because if you learn how to just accept pain for what it is and let it run its course and you don't try to fight it, it's a lot easier to manage the pain. You just accept it for what it is and let it do what it does. It's a lot easier to manage. You know, it's not always easy to do that, but you know, that's part of how I stay calm when I'm in that much pain, is I just accept it. This hurts. I can't do shit about it. I'm going to let it do its thing. You know, I think that's part of where those sayings come from, is it's just part of just teaching you how to just accept the pain and let it do what it does. But yeah, I've had about 1 million abscesses. Like, I got to the point where I knew exactly what needed to happen. I knew exactly what the timeline was on that. You know, it was, I need to get to a doctor or a dentist, I need to get antibiotics, and then in 48 hours I'll be fine again. You know, when I had all of my really damaged teeth pulled, there was even one where I think it was under the tooth that I pulled with the pliers. There was an abscess I didn't even know I had. So yeah, I've experienced unbelievable amounts of tooth pain over the course of my life. Status again. Oh, we're doing this again? All right, cool. Yeah, so one thing that's interesting is I'm not getting a lot of tape buildup on this. It seems to be letting that go. But the little bit that is building up is definitely making it a little bit harder to cut this stuff, which is normal. But normally we'd have big tape streaks going up the entire face of the blade. I mean, I haven't really been picking on Gerber. It's just the ones that I've bought for myself have been kind of, not good. Yeah, well, I mean, most of my life, and even right now, like, I can't afford a dentist. Cannot. Could not. So, between getting the bad teeth from my mom's side of the family, lack of maintenance, and years of drug abuse, like, I wound up with 9 teeth left to my name, and they all on the bottom. But no, I do not recommend pulling your teeth or parts of them out of your mouth with pliers. It was not fun. So the goal was, when I got this stuff pulled, was to go for a hybrid denture, which is where the whole top plate's just bolted in. You treat them like regular teeth. You don't have to worry about it. That being said, we ran out of money before we could do that. And I had dentures, but there was a point in my life where I damn near shit myself to death. I was in the bathroom every 15 minutes, pushing my heart outside of my body every 12 to 15 minutes. It took 27 days of that before I finally got the right help. And that whole 27 days, the last thing I'm thinking about is denture sitting in a glass of water. So that water evaporated, they got covered in mold, and all the stuff that they used to fit it to the inside of your mouth just shriveled up. And it's like, all right, well, that's an expensive L to take. Bye-bye, dentures. I ain't been able to afford to get more of them. And I will say, when you're learning how to wear dentures, them shits are painful. So, like, I never got to where I was 100% on that and could eat normally with dentures in. I didn't have enough time to do that. I was going to start working on that. I stopped working so I could go to school. And, like, I quit working maybe the tail end of May. And then I made it past the 4th of July, and that whole ulcerative colitis thing started up. Like, because I was waiting for the next semester to start, I decided to scrape all the popcorn ceiling out of the living room and paint it. And went through all that because the popcorn ceiling is coming down in sheets. It's like peeling off a sunburn. And I went through all that, and just got done putting all the furniture back, or some of the furniture back, and I was like 5 minutes away from peeling the tape from around the top of the walls, and that whole thing started. And then I never made it back out of the bathroom long enough to put the furniture all the way back or get that tape off of the wall. So that stuff sat there for a few months, because after all that wrapped up, when I was finally done and all that, I was on like 80 milligrams of prednisone a day for months. And it took a long time before I felt good enough to get up and start moving around again. And yeah, like I'm not the way I used to be before that happened. Not by a long shot. But yeah, insurance is so much fucking garbage. I hate insurance so fucking much, especially in this country. Like, we desperately need some kind of change in the system. Like, every year I've had to go through healthcare.gov and basically set us up with the cheapest thing I could find, and I always get the estimation of what I'm going to earn that year wrong. So we end up paying it back in taxes at the end of the year, which, I mean, fair enough. But, you know, it sucks. Just the stuff I got this year is on the more expensive side, but it's already paid for itself over and over again because the wife's got a lot of doctor's appointments and stuff like that to deal with. So, like, we've already recouped it. That's the thing. Like, we should be able to afford health care. There's no reason we can't. All right? The regulations got pulled off of that, and the shit went right out of control. And it's been steadily getting pushed farther and farther out there because we're stuck having to pay it. Because there was a time when you go to the doctor and, like, deal with a broken arm and pay out of pocket, and it wasn't a big deal. You know, and it's just things have spiraled so far out of control that we are in a fucking dystopia right now. It's like, our taxes could easily go to pay for the health care. It could cover it and make universal health care a possibility. Completely doable. We just choose not to, because that's communism. You know, it's just a bunch of political bullshit that we're not going to get into on this channel. Yeah, like, you are one healthcare incident away from homelessness, like most of us are. Thank you, folk. If you've just come in, we are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. The link is in the chat. That takes you straight to Make-A-Wish's donation page. I don't see any of that money. It doesn't go into my hands. But if you got $1 or $2 to chip in, I would be immensely grateful. And of course, if you so desire, you should be able to check out the Twitch channel for the guy that's doing the fundraising. It's a friend of mine. At least out here, you can't really pay out of pocket. Like, my psychiatric care. We had to change insurance like we do every year because healthcare.gov is just ridiculous. So, like, you'll have your healthcare plan and it might be like, you know, $20, $30 a month for the year. And then the start of next year, that health plan will go up to like $250 a month. I think this year, the plan I was on last year, it was like 20, 30 bucks a month. No, it's 40 a month, 40. At the end of the year, when it was time to renew insurance, it went up to $350 a month for the same insurance. So we had to change insurance yet again. And my psychiatrist is not covered by that health insurance. So the cost per session, just to check in and get meds renewed, $700. That is the out-of-pocket price on that, $700. I cannot begin to fathom how that basic service to check in once every 3 months, spend about 20 some odd minutes, get meds renewed, is $700. Those are American dollars too. All right, what's the next box we're gonna slay? All right, Quilted Northern, you know what you did. It's time to atone. Yeah, so there's, you know, it's purely the fault of insurance and the way that stuff is structured that a trip to the hospital for something basic can still run you $10,000-$20,000. You know, that is entirely the fault of the way insurance is structured. All right, let me break this down a little more so it fits under the camera. Whoa, hello. That was a difficult cut. I don't know why. Yeah, I haven't had any luck with finding those. So just the whole thing's a shit show. Sorry if these cardboard cuts are too loud. That is a weird noise. I think this is what, 32 pound, no, 23 pound. Yeah, I clearly went into the wrong industry. I need to become a therapist and collect, you know, $500 a session. It's like, I only work an hour a day. I only need that hour. Which I gotta get to work on finding a new psychiatrist soon. I mean, you know, one of the things I'm real bad at is procrastinating. Yeah, I mean, honestly, because the healthcare industry is so bad here. If I had the money where I could just pay a concierge doctor to basically be ready for me whenever, I'd do that. But you're talking about having more money than God to do that. My next carry, I'm still debating. I've got a GVDV that I bought. It's shown up in a few videos. It was a Super Budget Showdown. Might have already been Super Budget Showdown material. I'll have to go take a look. I need to go look and see if I actually did a review on it or not. I've got that. I've got the Gerber Quadrant. That's going to be kind of a partial review, not a full review, because I had to fix the detent and I had to sharpen it. I've got the Cold Steel 1911 that I've been excited about. It's been sitting there for weeks. And then I got the O-Knife Gar. So I may end up just going with the Quadrant, giving myself time to look up the GVDV and see if I actually did carry it for a full week or not. And then the GAR should get me right up to about Blade Show. What is something cool that I want to see, knockoff? Better not be your wiener. Well, no, I mean, honestly, that's what happens here. We go off on tangents like that, and then someone reminds us we need to brighten things back up a bit. Knife talk, movies, TV, something. Like, that's pretty typical for one of our live streams. I'm just wondering, like, did you find a way to post a picture in chat, or what the hell happened? Yeah, no, you're a pretty regular me with knives. Yeah, Fook don't miss a damn stream. What the hell? Like, I already talked about the only thing I've had going on outside of work. I made the mistake of going back into mobile gaming, and brother, that Massalong thing is not a problem. Like, we all got bit by that. The listing on that was an absolute mess. I think they did that on purpose, too. Oh, did I hit 1K? Holy shit. Hang on, hang on. Holy shit. All right. Let me screenshot that. Gotcha. So you alt accounted that, man. Fucking awesome. It's a good day. 1K. Yeah, we'll see if it sticks around. Crewware is best, man. What's going on, dude? Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on it tomorrow during the day and see if we bounce back to like 9.99, 9.98, like the way it's been doing. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Like, if we stay at 1K, then I'll go and go ahead and go in there and monetize the account and do all that and get everything set up to go there. No, I appreciate it, Knockoff. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. That is awesome. Like, it's taken me over a year to get there, but I've also been I've been doing this without doing like a giveaway every week, which has definitely slowed things down. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. Like, I think tomorrow after work, I'm gonna do the 1K thing. That being said, it's gonna be late when I get home. I'm closing, and closing on Mondays is always a rough deal. Like, all of our ad for the week comes in, and it's always fucking mixed in with the rest of the stuff we have to work that night. So I spend the whole night picking through it, getting the ad stuff out. Yeah, it is an absolute beatdown. Duke, what's up? Now that is awesome. Like, give us a little bit of wiggle room. I don't know if me setting up alt accounts and subbing would really do any good, because I think it's all still tied to the same Google account. Yeah, I don't know if this thinner cardboard is just resisting cutting cleanly or what, but these are some hard cuts. Hey, beautiful. Yeah, I have no idea who this Duke guy is. He's probably weird. These cuts are going like 23-pound cardboard should. Okay. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Pretty sure you guys have all heard it, but if you're lurking and just got here, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. The link is right there in the chat. If you got a buck or two to spare, throw it in there. I'd greatly appreciate it. The efforts of these fundraisers once a year have granted 3 wishes so far. I'd love if we can help push that out to 4. Every little bit helps. Yeah, that 1K is awesome. It took forever to get there. I'm waiting to see if the next 1K goes faster. The only thing I've got to compare to is guys that have been doing giveaways every couple of weeks, and like I can't afford to do that. You know, paying for the shipping on these 3 prizes is going to hurt a little bit. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. Yeah, Fook and Punisher have become moderators, so like I think we're at a point now where we need to start watching out for trolls showing up in the comments and stuff like that. So I got some trusted agents to swing the banhammer. Chair's kicking my ass already. Yeah, we haven't had trolls show up so far. Well, take that back. We had one troll that just kept asking for me to play a mobile game instead of cutting cardboard. But even that, the guy was nice enough. He just kept, here, play this mobile game. Like, that's not what we're here for, bro. Okay, play Nintendo 64. Like, we're not here for that, dude. Oh, shit, he got timed out. I was wondering where the hell he went. He probably said something about his wiener. Boy, that shit's not happy about being cut sideways. This thing's still cutting good. Like, it still feels like it's about where it was about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, it's still weird. Like the channel that I don't do anything on anymore, like the alt here, like I got one video, it's like it's up over 30,000 views now. And that channel still never made it over like 800 and 16 subscribers or something like that. Like, it's the weirdest damn thing. And this is like just paper right here. Let's see if this will actually take a cut. Yeah. It's taking a cut well enough. Nice. Well, I'll tell you what, knockoff. It's not much to offer you, but you want to pick the next part. We got the robot, we got Frankenstein, the ninja, the mummy, the alien, and the knight to pick from. All right, we're going to celebrate with the mummy. This one is your favorite, isn't it? I think you almost always go for this one. Let's get the song. Come on. Not yet. Now, the thing is with this one, I don't think they thought out the design of this part all that well. Like, I get there's supposed to be butt cheeks here, but that does not make it look like butt cheeks anymore. Well, I mean, it's weird because, like, you show up on a live stream and people will just kind of wander over and sub, and you know, I've done that a couple of times, just sub to somebody to mess with them. Like, why the hell are you subbing? I guess it's not much in the way of trolling. It's just like, again, like you're asking yourself, why do I have subs right now? Although I will say, something that you need to do. Go on Facebook and look up everybody that has the same name as you, spelled the same as you, and drop them friend requests. If they accept, you can comment on all their stuff and make them look like a totally conceited jackass. Like I sent everybody with my same name spelled the same out a friend request. One guy actually accepted it, and so I confuse his friends constantly. Which everybody I can find on Facebook with the same name as me spelled the same as a black guy out in the Midwest. Every single one. Yeah, I think back around 2010, like I didn't have a device that would let me upload to YouTube. Otherwise, I would have thought of something to do. That being said, it probably wouldn't have been really well thought out or very well baked. I'm not sure what the hell I would have done with that. Well, my first cell phone was 2010, and that was a dumb phone that could like go look at, like you could look at still JPEGs online, no video. You could like read websites, stuff like that on the screen, but it was one of those that slid out and had a keyboard on it. I really missed that phone. Yeah, when I was in high school, internet was becoming a thing, but it wasn't the thing quite yet. You know, that was 1994, 1995 back then. So, like, definitely not everybody had the internet in their house. But we were just starting to turn the corner on the internet's no longer just for nerds. Clyde, thank you so much, man. I'm having a good weekend so far. I get to go into work tomorrow and party hardy all night. Like, I don't remember a hell of a lot from back then, but like I think 2011 is when I got my first smartphone and was able to actually watch YouTube on mobile. We didn't have a fast internet connection at the house for the longest time. Like, I had a dial-up way out in the sticks, and that was so slow. Like, you could let a YouTube video load for about 6 hours and it still wouldn't play. The wife always says she comes in here right when I belch or I say something really messed up. So we had to keep that alive. Come on. Oh, that last cut always sucks. Quilted Northern, I don't think you've atoned for your sins enough. I got a big ass stack of those things. Yeah, my gamer tag on PlayStation, right after my divorce, and I couldn't think of anything else, and it's like, yeah, there's no way I'm ever going to be online with anybody. So it was very immature, but it stuck, and yeah, it's every time I joined a new raid group, it was always good for a quite hearty laugh from the guys that had never seen it before. But I'm not going to dox myself on here. What was I gonna say? I don't know, I lost track of my train of thought. It was something gaming related. Oh yeah. At some point, if the channel does get big enough to warrant like upgrading my equipment so that I can do, you know, more professional videos and stuff like that, I'm debating the virtues of getting a capture card and doing some gaming streaming, but you know, get a few guys from here, like in the live stream chat, that are also into the same games and running that. But that's going to be a long time from now, and that's a lot of equipment to set up and figure out how to use. I am a very casual Star Wars fan. I enjoy the franchise, at least up to a certain point, but I am definitely not a know-it-all with it. We're going to get the other half of this slab of cardboard cut up, and then we're going to check the edge. And I'm going to give my hand a break for about 2-3 minutes here. Like, I don't know if Han shot first, and I don't have an opinion. Given the nature of the character, wouldn't be surprised. Okay. I think the last Star Wars thing I watched, watching Han Solo try to go get Kylo Ren, and the only thing I was thinking the whole time was Kylo Renazewski, or was it Kyle Renazewski? Get your ass home right now. Your mother's worried. That's a bummer. I mean, I want to say 26 miles is not a huge drive, but I think about how long it would take me to drive that, and no, that is not going to be a regular habitual thing. Not without a damn good reason. It's like, yeah, I can come see you, man, but you're paying for the gas. I don't drive nowhere for free. Yeah, it does make the world smaller. And one of the things I find fascinating is when I'm on Faceballs, like the friends of friends, it's like the weirdest connections. Like, I know both these people from two different parts of life, fucking years and miles apart. Like, how do you know each other? This is interesting. All right. This paper does not like being cut tonight. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is, yeah, like 26 miles both ways. That's like the better part of an hour drive, depending on where you're at. Like, I've lived in areas where 26 miles, that's a 20-ish minute drive. You know, you hit the highway doing 70 miles an hour and it's right off the highway. Like where I'm at now, no, that would be a long drive. Okay, so this is definitely doing better than 8CR. Like, it's not a ton better, but that is still really good performance after 2 hours. Oh, bro. One job I had, the ex-wife picked a house. That's the one that was way the fuck out in the sticks. And I worked closer to Atlanta, and just driving in with zero traffic, no one stopping me. It was like a 45-minute drive. And then the drive home could be 2.5 hours. Oh, yeah. No, I remember those drives. As I remember you getting home still stressed out from those drives. But given what I'm seeing so far out of this, I think we are going to push past the 3-hour mark. I think that is still a pretty damn clean cut after 2 hours of work. Where did I put the damn thing? Well, and the worst part of those drives, too, my car had no air conditioning, and it was a manual. And, like, I know how to drive a manual, but if you're not driving a performance car or something like that, you don't want a manual. You want an automatic. Sorry, like I'm not gonna be that guy. You want you want an automatic if you're just doing around town driving. So like I had to work my ass off just to maintain the stick shift, especially with some of those areas I was driving in. Like you could do the speed limit or 5 above, and then just roll up behind someone that's doing like 10 below, and you're on a 2-lane road, so you can't get around them. Oh god. Like I am still salty about that, and it's been fucking 15 years. And we got our pizza box because you know I spoil you guys. Oh yeah, no, if I filled my tank up, it'd be about $100. Like, and it would last about a month. Like I've got to deal with my truck. I smell a lot of coolant from the exhaust, so something's wrong. Yes, boys, it is pizza box time. I'm gonna have to break this down a little bit. That is a pretty nice cut. We're going to go sideways on it. And yes, Make-A-Wish reminder time. The link is in the chat. We are raising money all month for Make-A-Wish. This is a friend of mine's fundraising drive that I'm helping him with. So if you got a couple bucks you want to drop in the hat, by all means. If you already have, thank you. And if you can't afford it right now, no worries. Don't feel bad. But yeah, like I smell exhaust. I smell coolant when I walk around the truck to the back. I think there's a crack in the block or something like that, which might be where the fuel where the pressure is going that's setting off the evap sensor. I'm not sure. But I gotta do something. And then again, given the electrical gremlins the truck has, sensor itself might be bad. Now that I think about it. I haven't figured out how to do that, but the occasional reminders here are actually like I keep forgetting to say anything about it until you post it. Yeah, my ex-wife annihilated the clutch in my old car. Like I had to teach her how to drive manual, which that's a long story, but she was incredibly violent with the clutch, like incredibly. She absolutely nuked the clutch in that car. Like nuked the clutch. Somehow the CV joints blew out completely. Yeah, it's just, again, like it's creature comfort, quality of life things. Like, again, if I'm not driving a performance car as if it were a performance car, I want my quality of life. You know, after what I've been through, like I will settle for an automatic transmission and working air conditioning over a manual any day of the week. Even if I got like a little bit faster of a car, you know, something with a little bit of sport to it, I would still be doing automatic and not manual. Again, I'm not driving it like a race car. Not doing that. I'm not trying to flex to... You know, I'm not trying to flex, hey, I've got a manual to impress other people. You know, I don't care what you think about my car. I don't care what you think about my possessions. I buy things to make me happy. Thank you, Punisher. My table sucks. My table does not suck. What the hell was I going to say? I don't know. Yeah, Punisher, you also missed the beginning of pizza time. But you also need to remember, in order to be offended, I must first value your opinion. It's again, whatever pizza box they use to separate the layers of a pallet at work. But yeah, again, like I said, I've been on both ends of it. I have driven manuals. I drove manuals most of my life. The entire time I was just like, I wish to God this is automatic. I don't want to put this much effort into driving. You know, if I was going to buy like a genuinely fast car or buy a vintage car, then yeah, like a manual wouldn't bother me that much. You know, there are certain cars I wouldn't mind having, and I would get those a manual if the option was available. But generally speaking, no, I want my automatic. There's something to be said, especially when you're tired and ragged out. You know, when I'm tired and absolutely cooked after a day at work or something like that, being able to just drive with one foot and cruise is incredibly valuable. Now, my dad taught me how to drive a stick shift, and he would throw me at I-75, I-285, and I-20 during rush hour on Friday every couple of weeks, and just kind of let me have at it. That was stressful. Could have had a V8. I tell you, these sideways cuts are kind of difficult in this material, but this cardboard is so floppy that that's our only option. Yeah, like I've heard of V5s existing, but I don't understand why. Like, you know, just make a smaller V6 if you're going to do that. Oh, yeah, the V5. That's not an issue of my possessions, though. All right, that is an issue of whether or not you have just god-awful taste and you're an uncultured swine. Well, that's my favorite pen if I'm not going to carry one that I made myself. That's the cardboard failing. The knife's still been doing pretty damn good. Like, we're holding a better edge than 8CR at this point in the evening. Yeah, this cardboard is exceedingly thin. Like, I think I need to hit the point of getting pizza boxes from Domino's to have the same kind of wall strength that we would need for this to be comfortable and easy. But that's not the point. I know you guys like pizza box, so we do pizza box. Like, this cardboard's a pain in the ass to cut. Yeah, I don't like cutting up this thin wall cardboard at all. No, we have not stropped the knife yet. It has not needed it yet. Like, this is outperforming 8CR, so I suspect we'll hit like the 3-hour mark or something like that before we got a strop. God, this stuff sucks. And of course, this last bit's extra floppy. It's okay, me with knives. You can admit that you're an uncultured swine and you have the mental capacity of a toddler. Like, that's fine. We don't judge. Well, we do judge. We judge. Nah, no real issues with the edge yet. I said it's just this cardboard doesn't like being cut all that much. Like, if you notice, that's still a pretty clean cut for thin cardboard. That is a big word. Way to go, little guy. All right, gentlemen, that was Pizza Box. Fook, did you get to pick a fart out yet? All right, folks, so you got we did a Scuba Guy, we did Grim Reaper, and we did Mummy. So you got Ninja, Frankenstein, Knight, Alien, and Robot to pick from. Yes, there is a robot. I don't like this one that much. There's no song, but we'll get a few in. One more. One more. Give me another robot noise. There we are. Yeah, me with knives is getting real cocky since you used a big word. You're usually the only one here. No, I said big word. But yeah, I don't think I have anything with Integral. Well, say what you need to. Me with knives, make yourself feel better, but only one of us holds the title of Lord, so my opinion is the valid one. Yeah, Punisher, you can see we're still going through the cardboard pretty easily. The cuts are degrading, but you know, we're pushing the 2.5 hour mark, and the ACR was definitely tearing and rolling as much as it was cutting by this point. Nice reference, Punisher. Nope, that was Fook. Nope, that was Punisher. Nope, that was someone. Just to guess what's up. I said, my opinion's a valid one. You can say whatever you need to. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know the reference. I don't get all the references all the time, but I do know that one. I have missed out on so many popular culture things that have happened over the years. Thank you, Fook. Yeah, if you've just dropped in or you haven't been here for long, we're doing the Make-A-Wish drive this month. Trying to raise funds for Make-A-Wish Georgia. The link is in the chat. That'll take you straight to Make-A-Wish's donation site. So that money ain't going through no one's hands but Make-A-Wish's. And if you can drop $1 or $2, that'd be great. Every little bit helps. If you got $1 or $2, great. If you don't, no worries. Don't feel bad. No, the Fifth Element was a great movie. Like you can't argue with that. I'm scared that's another one they're going to try to reboot at some point. Someone's going to be like, do we want to reboot The Fifth Element? I like money. And then it's off to the races, and everyone's going to be even more pissed off than the Crow reboot just because there aren't as many Crow fans as there are Fifth Element fans. Oh, believe me, if it wasn't in good humor, it wouldn't have lasted longer than 2 words. Milk, what's up, man? So I think you just got here, but we're doing the 9CR on the 9CR18, I think, on the Civivi Mastiff. There we are, words. All right, knockoff, man. Have a good night. I appreciate you being here. I've been okay, man. Just kind of doing my thing. but the 20-sided die gave me the knife I really wanted to use tonight. So I am not mad. Oh my god. This cut does not like me one bit. Ugh, that sucked. So I'm going to finish the rest of this panel here. We're going to take another look at the edge on the paper cut and see where we're at with that, because we're still doing better than 8CR. Oh yeah, believe it or not, I have feet. They exist. And this is definitely not the most professional setup on the planet, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, I think you might have asked Knockoff's a little bit too late. He's already out of here. So I'm not sure I can exactly quantify how much better this is doing than 8CR, but I think we're at about an hour and a half or so of 8CR cuts right now. I do not play airsoft. That is money, time, and energy I do not have, sir. And I am too old and too tired to be running around like that. Those days are far behind me. You know, it's that old joke, if I'm running, you should probably run too. I am 43, sir. 43. So when I make pins, they consist of resin or wood. They are a twist action. They are a little bit overbuilt. They come from they're made with pin kits, and yeah, they've either got a cross style refill or a Parker style refill. The Parker style is usually like the nicest one I can get with the gel roller ball in it, or a really nice quality, high quality roller ball. But those are very, very durable. They can take a lot of use. They're refillable. And I've had those things for shit since some of them I've had since like 2007. Oh, bummer, dude. But I try to be as chill as I can. Like, it's one of those things where I didn't used to be chill. I used to be an insufferable asshole, and I don't want to be that anymore. Like, I used to seriously be a complete asshole. I put a lot of effort into fixing that. I'm going to say Fook was crapping too hard and his knee went out. I don't know the point size of a standard Parker or standard Cross refill. You'd have to like do some quick Google foo on that and get the dimensions. Like I like the V5 because it works really smoothly and the gel's really nice on it. And that's also, it was one of the coolest things you could be carrying back when I was in high school. And if you heat the tip up for long enough, half the time the little ballpoint pops out and shoots across the room. Found that out on accident. Like if I had one of my pin binders down here in the room with me, I'd drag one out and show you. When I finish this off and we take a look at the edge, I can go look in the bag that I have down here and see if one of my old pins is in there. That bag may have the one that I spec'd out specifically to fit my hand the first time I made one. Yeah, like I said, I haven't taken a tip like roller ball size into consideration when I was buying the Parkers and Cross style refills. Normally it was just the nicest looking brand that I could find and just slap that in there and go. And a lot of them are on the refill that came with the pin kit. Yeah, so we're at the 2.5 hour mark. Let's see where we're at with this. Damn it. So we're still doing okay on the cuts. They're starting to get a little tiny bit ragged. This is better than 8CR, but I'm having a hard time quantifying exactly how much. Like this might have been 8CR might have hit this point about 45 minutes ago, possibly. But yeah, let me look in this bag and see if I have one or two of the pins I made real quick. Oh, standing up feels so good. Holy shit balls. Bear with me here, guys. I'm looking. Oh, screw it. I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys, I got pins. I'm coming back. I have the pins. Okay. Hopefully you behaved yourselves. But this is like the first one I ever made. And it's a little bit of an oddball, but I made it specifically to fit my hand. And this thing is incredibly comfortable to work with. I believe this is spalted maple. And you got a twist right here. This is a cross style refill. And it pulls apart so you can take the refill out and change it. And then I also made sure to line the grain up as well as I could on this one. So I've got that. But like, I've got a bunch of stuff that I've made. Like this right here is an absolutely beautiful piece. I poured the resin for this and did all the things. Like, this is one of my favorite things I've done in resin. This one is special to me. I tried to do a casting to capture the essence of fire in the resin, and I only did one to experiment with, and it went perfect. And I wish I would have done the full 6 or 12 of them that I could have done at the time. Yeah, I don't jump more than like a foot or two anymore. Like, I've tried stepping down off of things that are about knee height. No. This is one I made out of an old pair of pants. This was a pain in the ass. I just cut a bunch of little squares and stack one on super glue, stack one on super glue. So the denim is a bonding agent for super glue on this, basically. And like the last set of refills I bought, Schmidt refills. I'm not sure what I bought this for. The Parker style. Yes, sir. I turned them on a lathe. Let's see if this says anything. Schmidt. This is a Parker style refill, P900. I don't think it says what the size of the tip is. Yeah, no, Bill, that is catastrophically unfortunate. And of course, you know, I had to do this. So this kit, typically the cap on the top is this. It presses in there and holds a clip in place. So I figured out how to replace that with a 20-sided die. And then we got a snake skin cast in resin. I didn't do that resin casting, but you got it on a 30-06 casing. So yeah, like when I'm serious about carrying a pen, this is what I carry. You know, I'm not sure. Well, I know how the wife would react if I took an injury like that. She had to ride out me almost shitting myself to death. Wouldn't be so much anger, but like a really bad freak out. All right. Let's get back to the dicing. I should cut this in half. Yeah, if I lose track of the V5 or something like that, I'm not really that hurt by it. And like, I think I've made somewhere in the vicinity of like 300 of those pins. And some of them were sold. Like I tried to make them cheap to sell them a bit cheaper, so people could have something really cool. Because a lot of guys that make those will charge like 50, 60 bucks for one of them. So I was trying to figure out how to dress up the cheaper kits with cheaper materials and still make them very cool looking. Kind of like this channel, ironically. So like instead of paying 50 or 60 bucks, you could pay like 25 bucks and still have something nice. And it was still hard to sell them. Still really damn hard. So a lot of them got given out as gifts and stuff like that. Heavy Fool, what is up, man? The 20-sided die picked out a brain fart. Civivi Mastodon in 9CR18. But yeah, I'm doing good. The 20-sided die picked out a good knife. The steel's holding up nicely. And it's been a quiet day of playing mobile games that I haven't played in years on my phone. Which, I plan on picking back up after I get home. Or after I get done with this, get home. I am home. Brain's a little scrambled. But we did hit 1,000 subscribers a little while ago. And you can share the link, but we're doing a drive to raise money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. And so we've been plugging that every so often while we're doing this. But there's a link. If you got $1 or $2 to drop in the hat, that's amazing. If you don't feel bad. Thanks, man. So sometime in the next day or so here, I'm going to get the 1,000 subscriber giveaway put together. And get ready to do the video on that and go through the headaches of doing the video, doing the drawing after waiting a week, really ragging my patience out, all that. Like I thought about doing a giveaway at 500, but I was like, one, don't have enough money to keep dropping on giveaways, and two, I didn't want to go through all that. If I could back out and go into the description and all that and do that while I was here, I would. That being said, without stopping the live stream, I can't back out and do a whole lot. So I got my moderators that are posting the link occasionally so we can, and also that's a reminder so we can talk about it. All right, we got some easier boxes to punish. Oh, 40-pound edge crush test. We got 40-pound cardboard here, so these are going to be really abusive cuts. Yeah, and I mean, if we paste it from time to time, that's a reminder to say something about it, because I will completely forget about it till it shows up in the comments. Hello. Blue Diamond Almonds, it's time to pay for your crimes. And I got a big old stack of these things. This really isn't any worse than cutting the 32-pound with the hollow grind. Yeah, almond crime. It's the worst kind. But it's not worse than cutting 32-pound with like the hollow grind or the Scandi. But it is taking some pressure. Bill, you out of here, man? Thank you for dropping by. Maybe we'll see you. I'll be on for a while. we're going to see just how many hours we can push this out to. Oh man, this stuff is definitely difficult to cut though. Oh boy. I may not want to do more than one of these boxes at a time. Yeah, this is a brutal cut. But the fact that it's still doing that sideways cut so easily and the cardboard's not wadding up and tearing is fantastic. I will say I'm getting the hot spot here. It is definitely the hot spot. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't carry those pins at work is, you know, keeping them in the shirt pocket, especially the kind of shirt that I wear. It flops around too much and there's too high of a risk of it falling out and getting run over by a pallet jack or something like that. Or, you know, it gets lost and I don't notice and I never see it again. And I've put enough work into those things that I really don't want to lose one of them. I've run a few of them through the wash on accident and the ink got out into everything and dried. And now I can't get the pins apart without putting something strong enough as a chemical on there to ruin the finish or ruin the wood on it, and I don't want to do that. And this knuckle is going to be so jacked up from hitting the table so much because cleaver. It's not the steel's fault, not the blade's fault, but, you know, I gotta go in flat at the bottom of this cut. Yeah. Come on, someone think of something interesting here. Yeah, this is definitely going to put extra wear on the edge. I'm only doing one of these at a time. This is painful. Oh no, you're good, dude. Yeah. Jesus Christ. These cuts are brutal. Apparently 32-pound cardboard is a sweet spot for all this. So I grabbed a big ass, when I say I grabbed a big stack of these things, like, I shit you not, I grabbed a stack thinking these would be great boxes to cut up. Boy, I was wrong. Well, see, that's one of the things that really prompted me to start trying to find something better, is when I was spraying yards for a living. You've got like a 400-foot hose that is full of liquid, so it's heavy. And you're dragging this thing around trees, around the corners of houses, stuff like that, and you're pulling on it, and then you're pushing a spreader with like 50 to 70 pounds of fertilizer up hills and everything else. My grip strength got so out of control that like a basic big pen would fold in half on me after about 30 minutes of use. So I kept burning through those things, and so when I made my first pen, I was like, this thing is not going to go anywhere. I am not having another one fold in half on me. Palmer Connolly, what's going on, dude? We are pushing 3 hours into Cardboard Slayer with a Civivi Mastodon right now. And right now I'm on some 40 pound edge crush test cardboard that is fighting me to get cut because this stuff's really strong. Well, folk, I thought you'd like to have a stalker. You know, it seems like it'd be a nice thing for you to have. We hit 1,000 subs and you got a stalker. Banner day. Thank you, Punisher. Yeah, Connor, we are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. The link is right there in the chat. If you got $1 or $2 to throw in, great. If not, don't feel bad. Actually, one of the borderline modestly interesting things, Jeff Foxworthy owns a pin that my dad made with wood from a tree that I cut down in his yard. Like, for some reason, I have a knack for finding standing wood with really good figure on it, and I saw that tree. I'm like, that's got to be spalted, so I cut it down, and yeah, it was spalted to hell and back. Because Dad would be like, nah, that's not going to have anything in it. Like, watch and see. Well, I did say it was like bordering on interesting, not super interesting. Oh, fuck. This stuff's a pain in the ass to cut. Jesus. I don't want to cut another one of these boxes up for a while. Like, this ain't as bad as that double wall stuff, but Christ almighty. Spreadable Christ on toast. No, we can tell everyone he's a hockey player. Yeah, that's the, you know you're a redneck. If you've ever been asked to leave Waffle House because of a personal odor, you might be a redneck. Yeah, it looks like I missed one of the questions. All I see is Aura Mastodon. I don't know Savivis. Yeah, no, this is the Mastodon. Yeah, like, this is an old favorite of mine. This is one of my favorite EDC blades that I've owned. That being said, its fraternal twin brother, the Bull Mastiff, does everything this does a bit better. Okay, so if I hold this a little diagonal, it cuts super easy. That is cool. We just learned something, guys. Going in straight down here like this, nightmare. Cocking it to the side a little bit. When September 11th went down, actually, I wound up listening to what was happening on a TV with a dead screen sitting on top of a not working TV in the shop at work. Well, normally I'm doing that straight just because it feels natural and I am trying to give it some abuse. I also hadn't cut on the diagonal like that. I hadn't cut it like that before, so that is a new information for me. You know, I've said one of the good things about my about doing this and the way I'm doing this is I'm learning as I go. So, you know, I'm always picking up new knowledge, new information, and it might be stuff everybody else knows. But now that I've done stuff like this, I can say with confidence that I know what's happening here. You know, we got metrics now for how well a blade can hold up to this kind of abuse, which is a good metric for overall general edge retention. All right, Fook, man, see you in a little bit here. Yeah, that's wild. I had no idea if you just did that with the blade, it would cut easier. So like for 32 pound, I can go straight down, no problem. But for anything over that, it's going to have to be cocked to the diagonal. All right, Palmer, you go do what you got to do. I appreciate you being here. Okay, good to know. And we are pushing 7 o'clock now, so I'm gonna go get some more paper because I ran out over here. I've got to buy some more copy paper. Actually, we got some bright colored copy paper up in a closet that I forgot to grab while I was looking at it the other night. Which time to grab it's when you see it. All right, brother. Enjoy dinner. I will still be here for a while. I'm going to try to push this out to 9 o'clock. Go for a 5 hour, and then see if I can go further than that. Definitely feeling some edge wear. Like, there's edge wear, but we're still not quite at the point where 2.5 hours on ACR would get us. Nah. This is holding up great. Yeah, one more time with the Make-A-Wish link. We're doing the drive for Make-A-Wish, Georgia. There's the link to drop a couple bucks in the hat if you so desire. If you do, I will be very, very appreciative. And I'll try to stay on top of that myself until y'all get back. All right, beautiful. I will see you when I come upstairs later. All right, so I want to see something now. The last 2 times I've cut this, I had to put all my weight on it, and my chair was rocking back, and my feet weren't even touching the floor. Let's try the diagonal on this. Holy crap! That's actually doable. Yeah, so if you guys want to... If you guys lurk and want to pop in the chat and say hey, pop in the chat and say hey. Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep going very quietly for a while. I can't think of nothing interesting at the moment. We already did pizza time. You know what? It's time for the ninja. Time for the ninja. We're going to lose about 3 viewers real quick. Let's get the song out of him. There we are. Well, no, so that double wall stuff, I'm finding is a good metric for the grind, and knowing I can cut it diagonally is going to make life a lot easier. Just because it's possible to cut. Now, I'm sure with like a Scandi or a hollow grind, it's probably still going to be a massive struggle. But having this make life easier on the heavier pieces of cardboard opens up options to do even more hardcore edge abuse. I still remember way back in the day where it's like, don't cut cardboard, it'll wreck your edge. I mean, at that point in my life, I didn't have cardboard to cut up, so I had no reason to test that. But it was always, don't cut up cardboard, it'll wreck your edge. Now, I think with the old heat treatment on 440 from way back then and the stainless Japan and surgical steel that we had, that was probably true. I'd love to get my hands on one of those old knives that's marked surgical steel and kind of check that out. I don't have K110. I have no idea how expensive that is. Like right now, the live streams are going through stuff that I already have and haven't handled in a while, or, you know, would be interesting to see put through this. Like, what kind of price do knives like K110 tend to run? Okay, so at some point, maybe I will pick up a K110, carry it, review it, and then throw it in here. Like after Blade Show, I should have a little bit more freedom to work with. Like right now, everything that I can save is going into Blade Show. You know, like last year, I think I walked out of there one day with 2 knives for like 120 bucks total. Something like that. I'd like to be able to do more, pick up a few things. However, right now, that 120 bucks looks like it might be the limit. I did get my ticket for all 3 days though. And I'd love to have a way to film what I'm doing there and then stitch all that stuff together into one cohesive video. I'm not sure how I'd do that right now. I'm really not. I don't have a way to get everything from my phone onto a computer to do this. And even if I did, like, I don't have editing software at the moment. Like, with the blacksmithing stuff, I was using an app called KindMaster and just smashing everything together there. But trying to edit all that stuff together and cut everything up and, you know, make it at least kind of consumable on the phone was a headache. You know, this is where I'd rather stick with what's working right now until the channel can justify, you know, getting a dedicated camera of some sort and getting the what you call it, the software put together and all that. Which at that point I may bite the bullet and get an iPhone and get a MacBook and do everything on there, because it seems like that's the easiest way to do it. But that's not a really cheap proposition. I don't want to use an iPhone as my daily driver. Just, you know, do my filming, slap it up on Wi-Fi, and then transfer everything to the computer and edit there. Which also means I'm going to have to learn a lot about editing video. Like, I'd love to put stuff together, like, kind of the inspiration for how I'm doing this is like Dank Pods, This Old Tony, AVE. Of course, like, your floating hands over a table knife channels are just all over the place. So, like, trying to figure out ways to set myself apart and do my own thing. Is one of the big things. But of course, you know, like, This Old Tony, it's a different thing every time. AVE, there's always, well, there was always something interesting going on when he was still doing Bolter constantly and going through and tearing stuff down. Like, that channel's kind of falling apart. Dank Pods is kind of multimedia. Like, he's got a lot of interesting stuff going on, and there's always something going on there. You know, so I'm still trying to figure out a way to improve. Like, I've kind of found my voice with everything, but I'm trying to figure out, you know, how I can improve that and kind of interact with everything a bit more. And I'm sure at some point the muse will speak and I'll have something to go with. I'm just not sure what it's going to be or when. But it's a nice thought one day. I guess it's not totally realistic, but it'd be a really nice thing if the channel could actually go far enough that it could generate some income over the course of an average month. Crap. My best work knife. That's kind of a tough call to make because, you know, the most that I cut up at work is a couple pieces of cardboard occasionally and then plastic wrap off of pallets. So it's kind of like I have complete range, like a complete free run. It doesn't matter what I'm carrying almost. All that matters is the pocket clip's good and it rides comfortably in the waistband. You know, and probably the best one for that, hands down, is the Bug Out CF Elite. The Devo Knives Growler V2 is one of my all-time favorites to carry. I love carrying that thing. That Olatan's T025, the one that I'm planning on giving away now that we hit 1,000. That one is a fantastic carry for those purposes. What else? The Proponent, that Artisan, just became a favorite. You know, it's just, so it almost doesn't matter what I have on me as long as the pocket clip is good and it's comfortable. You know, it doesn't matter what I'm carrying, which is part of why we wind up here doing this, so that we can really test the edge out. Like, you know, I don't think I'm ever going to be in an environment again where I have to really, really push a knife hard while I'm on the clock. Physically, I can't take those environments anymore. And I work at a grocery store, so like there's not much in a grocery store that's gonna really push a knife that hard. But yeah, like so. But out of all those, I would probably grab the Devo Growler V2 first if I was just going on what I want to carry regularly. Probably that Growler V2. Wharncliffes, I'm all right with. Like, those are fine. Anything going into a Tonto, I tend to avoid just because I know they make good ones now. I know they do. But my experience with Tontos has always been the bevel ain't ground right and the geometry's not quite right, so you can't really make good cuts with them. The blade steel is just way too thick. So, and the other thing too is anything Tonto, like I don't have the hang of sharpening those yet. But I mean, the drop point's just hands down my favorite for a good carry and work knife. Something in the drop point range, modified drop point. You know, and it's again that's just preference. You know, if I'm not carrying a pocket sword or a pocket cleaver, then I tend to go drop point. And you know, Wharncliffe is there. It's just, you know, it's a matter of preference over function. You know, it again doesn't matter what I carry where I'm working. It's just got to be sharp. Yeah, like I can see if you're cutting down boxes for 8 hours at a time, yeah. You know, the 8CR can take 2.5 hours of cutting like this before it starts to go dull. Like, we know this about it. So yeah, like that's where you definitely want a more hardcore steel. But you know, all I'm doing is once in a while I'm cutting up cardboard. Once in a while I'm cutting up cardboard, and most of it's just cutting plastic off of pallets, and that's because I feel like using a knife, not because I have to. One of my bug outs is S30V, the other one is M390. You know, like I love carrying, like I love carrying my Sheepdog XL. I love carrying my Cold Steel Frenzy, the Luzon XL. Like I love carrying stuff like that. Probably one of the ones I have that's well made but is just terrible for a work knife is going to be the CRKT Ritual. Like just the length and shape of that blade. Really makes it impossible to control practically. I think we're starting to see a bit of edge wear, like significant edge wear. Then again, maybe not. Like, we're not really going to know until we're like just rolling all of our cuts. Like, we're starting to see these curls show up, and when they start showing up constantly, that's when we're into need to strop territory. So I'll carry one knife at a time. I don't have any need to carry two. And because I'm carrying these to do a video on them after I've had them on me for a week, I'm just carrying that one. But, you know, right now I'm kind of cycling through a different knife every week to do videos on them. I said, I think I am probably at somewhere around 170 different folding knives in the pile right now. And I know one of the guys that at least was here earlier, I don't know if he's still here now, but he was asking why I don't sell or trade the ones that I don't really need or use anymore. And the problem is, you know, because we're doing all these budget knives and kind of looking for the unexpected bangers, it's not worth the time, the energy, or paying for shipping to pull $15 out of a used $30 knife, you know? You know, by the time I take care of shipping and the amount of time sunk into it, I might walk away with like $3 or $4. Yeah, like, honestly, if I was doing a lot of cutting and stuff like that, I'd probably really like S30V. But I mean, even when I work outdoors and I use my knife constantly for really dirty jobs, I'd have to have someone go and look. But like, I've got some 440C, I think, on the Schrade Old Timer Beast, that 470T. And then I had a Benchmade 9000, and I don't know what that steel was, but they both held up pretty well doing some really dirty, stupid jobs. You know, like cutting the string off of bales of pine straw should have been really abusive to the edge, and it was, but I don't think I sharpened that thing for years. Yeah, like, I can kind of get away with any size that I want. You know, it's, again, just carry one knife at a time. Shit, for cutting an apple, I've got... You know, probably the best thing that I can think of for doing a small controlled task like that is going to be that Oletans T025. Like, just overall, if you're carrying something around for doing small controlled cuts like that and you're not doing like bigger jobs, that's probably the best thing I have in my collection for doing stuff like that. Which I think that's right here. No, it's right here. That's this guy right here. That's the giveaway knife. But I think it's 27 bucks right now. And I think the blade's around 2.5 inches. I could be wrong about that. It's been a while since I looked at the specs. But you've got titanium right here, so the weight's nice and under control. You can tuck this in your pocket. It's out of the way. I throw this in the waistband. I don't feel it there. I've got to look for it, but you know, you got a nice general purpose drop point right here. It's really easy to control. It blazes through stuff like nobody's business. Yeah, the only Spyderco I've got is that Tenacious, but this is probably the best thing for regular carry and doing just small jobs where you need some control. Like, this thing is a great little knife. And I wish, and I think it might be the grade of titanium these use, but like, I did flame treat it to get color out of it. It doesn't show up on camera, and you got to be in the right light to really see all the color on it. And of course, I need to clean this to get the oils off it to get the color to come back as bright as it can. So yeah, for small jobs like that, I'd say this is one of the best ways to go on a budget. And of course, the titanium knife is cool. Like, I don't care who you are, titanium's cool. And of course, someone will pop up going, I don't like titanium. I don't know. The CEO, the blade's a little bit long for doing small jobs. Like, I love the idea behind it. I love the design. I love the gentleman's knife concept as a whole. And, you know, if I was to carry one in my shirt pocket, you know, like, that's a little bit more incognito than a lot of other knives. Like, you wouldn't necessarily guess it's a knife if you saw it in a shirt pocket. Like, it's got its pros. Punisher, what's up? So at 3 hours in, we're still doing okay on the paper cut, and we don't have the curls and tears showing up in the cardboard yet. Even going in the difficult way. So the CEO flipper, a while back I broke my wrist. We were talking about that earlier, but because I didn't want to keep bothering the wife with, can you open this for me? Can you open this for me? Can you open this for me? I tried a bunch of different knives I had, and that was before I was getting into stropping and getting my edges the way I like them. And that CEO with the flipper tab is the one that kept getting me into stuff consistently. A lot of the stuff I had, it would not cut cleanly once it was in the packaging. Just that plastic, it doesn't like being cut like that. But that CEO flipper let me be a lot more independent than I would have been otherwise. I will always have a soft spot for that. Like, you try to go in on a lot of factory edges on that packaging on toaster strudel, it sounds funny. But the factory edges that I had just would not cut that stuff once you got into it. And it had to cut cleanly and slice through because I couldn't put any pressure on that wrist. It was in a cast. I'm like holding it like this, and I couldn't put enough pressure to start pulling on my hand. It just instant pain. So that CEO with the flipper tab did me a lot of favors. Always have a soft spot for it. I never got my hands on a Knox. Yeah, if you need something small and kind of discreet, the detent on the CEO flipper is nice. The edge is good, although I will say I might take that out of the box and strop it down a real good one with some good compounds before passing it off. Just really get that edge up there. And I think we did the non-flipper tab CEO at one point for this. I don't remember how that went. It's been a little while. All right, once it's been more than a week or two, I'll remember what the blade steel does for the most part, but I won't remember what knife it was. Let me blow my nose real quick. Let's take a look at this edge. Speaking of Virginia, how far along are you into getting that truck shipped over your way? All right, let's see where our edge is at. Now we're going to be kind of monitoring this and seeing how it goes. Like, we're out past the 3 hour mark now. Okay, that's still a clean cut. There's just a little bit of wear right there or some adhesive stuck to it. But Fook, what's up? Yeah, we just did the cut test on this, and like, it's still holding up. We are not at the need to strop yet. Yeah, I don't know which one I have. Is my thumb does? It is. So this is the one we did the cardboard slayer with. And it doesn't say what steel it is on here. But yeah, the edge took a beating. This looks like 8CR from the scratch pattern on the blade after the cardboard. That's one thing with 8CR. It picks up a lot of scratches from dirty cardboard. But yeah, it doesn't say which one it is. Let's see how it cuts this. Oh yeah, it did a... That's what it was. This clip right here was pulling my cut to the right every time I pushed through something. Yeah, this is the thumb stud. And yeah, this thing is... Yeah, it's slicing great. Like it's munching this 40-pound like it's nothing. Yeah, I think 8CR. I said it looks like 8CR from the wear on it. But yeah, that was the easiest cut on this 40-pound that I've had so far with that CEO. Like it definitely likes munching up cardboard. Apparently this 9CR is going to do a way better than 8CR. Like, I'm assuming it's the difference between the 13 and the 18 at the end, and that little extra bit of cardboard. Like when you're dealing with carbon, like you want to stay below, I think, what is it, below 1% carbon, which is why you have like 1095. But that extra little point is definitely a difference maker. And I forget what the 13 and the 18 are on the end of it. Yeah, you got a thinner blade on that, but you got a bit of a, I think a bit of a hollow grind on that. I'd have to dig it out again, and I don't want to. Well, I guess now I got to find some 4116 at some point here. But we still got enough toys in the... Yeah, I think my flipper might be AUS 8. AUS 8 sounds right for that. Okay, the chromium. Yeah, my brain will not hang on to the information off of numbers like that. Like, there's stuff at work I'm expected to remember. Like an order of words for making district managers happy when they walk. My brain won't hold on to it. Yeah, and I looked at like the compact CEO, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've already got a CEO. Never mind. Yeah. So I was right with that. That 0.9 on here, that extra point makes a difference. Like that is a more significant difference than it sounds like. Because basically you've got maximum 10% carbon before you start running into major problems. I think once you run past like 10%, you start getting into cast iron territory, if memory serves. Well, I'm sure they did that for cost-cutting reasons, because everything's got to be manufactured to a price. Which is one thing that sucks about buying mass manufactured stuff. That's part of why like our food is getting worse and worse as we go. That's why old guys like me remember when things tasted better. Taco Bell was better, McDonald's was better. Because it wasn't manufactured to a cost like it is now, trying to scrape every penny out of it. Or it was, but it was just easier to do that back then with better materials. I think the next cheap knife I'm going to pick up is going to be that Wallopton, because it says it's a S35 VN for like 30 bucks or something like that, 35 bucks. Maybe my next cheap knife purchase to test out. And then we will have to do Cardboard Slayer on that, because if it is actually S35 VN, I'm wondering how much of a difference that's going to make in retention on this. So far, we've been bottom feeding with the steels that we've used on this. And I don't know how badly I want to put myself through S35 VN is supposed to also be really fucking good at edge retention, especially through heavy abuse. At least that's what I've seen out of it on guys doing videos putting it through hell. Like, I would be deeply and personally offended if I brought my cold steel 8010 down here and ran that, and the edge didn't last as long as the Gen kit knife did. And guys, if you just got here and you've been lurking, we're fundraising for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. Punisher should drop the link, and we're trying to help a friend of mine do his fundraising. If you got $1 or $2 to drop in the hat, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you don't feel bad. Well, yeah, I know that. Like, I know there's a difference between S30 and S35 VN. Like, but it's the S35VN not holding up as long as my D2 blade that I got for 35 bucks out of a fucking one of my expensive knives would hurt my feelings. D2 having better edge retention kind of hurts my feelings. Okay, now we're starting to have a hard time cutting this stuff. Starting to see the curls and tears. So we're getting into that, we're starting to get into need to strop territory now. We're starting to see significant wear at 3.5 hours. So my guess was right. It was not a good cut. That was my fault. So yeah, parts of this are still plenty sharp, and it looks like parts of this are starting to really show wear. The fact that it's tough to call, like this is kind of tough to make a call on. Yeah, we're going to say there's some edge wear that's getting a little significant. I mean, at that point, I don't really get why S35VN isn't as cheap or cheaper than D2. It's like, I know I've seen, you know, the S30, like I've seen the 8010 get hammered through a brick and take minor edge damage. Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm still learning stuff. God almighty, this thing is still going pretty strong. Like, we're starting to see the edge wear show up, but it's still nowhere close to needing to be stropped. Like, this is kind of nuts. I wasn't expecting this at 3.5 hours. Yeah. No, like, yes, again, we have done ACR a few times now. The ACR at the 2.5 hour mark consistently needs to be stropped back up. Consistently. And it consistently has scratches from the cardboard, and a lot of them by the time we reach this point. We don't really have a single significant scratch. Like, I may need to clean this up, but I'm not seeing much in the way of significant scratches from the cardboard embedded in the steel. Like, this is going way farther and better than I thought it was going to. Like, I thought at 3.5 hours we'd be stropping, or 3 hours, 3.5. We're not close to stropping yet. Like, it's starting to show wear, but we're not there yet. And let me refill this tank before I forget and regret it. And of course, there's probably something to be said for the edge grind here. And this being thinner at the edge and the apex than most of the knives we've done has been. Me with knives. It's your turn to pick a guy out. We got Frankenstein, we got the Knight, and we got the Alien left. Which one do you want? Yeah, this is 9CR, not 8CR. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is a significant difference here, and it's not as it's significantly more of a difference than I expected it to be. All right, alien time. I don't think he has a song. No, he doesn't. I love that one, though. One more. It's great when they light up the green lights. That's it. I didn't expect the difference between 9CR and 8CR to be quite so staggering. Right? That would be good. That would be good. Mind of Milton, what's up, brother? We are going in on full edge retention testing, and that cut was not happy. Would you finish cutting, you son bitch? What the hell? What the hell was up with that cut? But thank you, Fook. Yeah, we're We're fundraising for Make-A-Wish Georgia right now. There's the link in the chat. If you got a couple bucks to drop in the hat, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you don't feel bad. No worries. But we got the Civivi Mastodon in 9CR18 that we're running through the gauntlet right now. And we're over 3.5 hours in, and we don't have to strop this thing yet, which I thought surely we'd have to strop it by now. But yeah, this is absolutely smoking 8CR. Like I'm not unhappy with 8CR generally, but good God, this is a huge difference. No, it's 9CR, not 8CR. 8CR, if you haven't been here before, or for one of these live streams, 8CR, you really have to strop it at the 2.5 hour mark. It's just cutting the cardboard like shit, and it's not cutting the paper very well. This has been 3.5 hours, and it's still going pretty damn strong. Like, I don't know if I'm physically and mentally going to be capable of riding this thing out to the point where it's as bad as 8CR gets at 2.5 hours. Yeah, I'm definitely impressed too. Like this is running like the D2 on the Jin kit knife did. And I suspect this may outlast the D2. Because I think that one we just stropped up because we hit the 4 hour mark and I just wanted to. So I could wrap the live stream up. Of course, that also means when this thing wears out, it's going to take forever to strop it back up. All right, it's time to set up my next box to hold cardboard cuttings. A fine candidate to be sure. Keeping you here. All right, that'll do. I don't think it'll be out 3 hours of stropping like the D2. You know, we did a pretty thorough stropping whenever we first wrapped up the live stream, and then I did another really thorough stropping just because I wanted to. And then it came out good. But it could probably use a trip through the work sharp to make it really happy. Yeah, like we're starting at a point where the brain fog is becoming damn near insurmountable. And yeah, I can promise you right now, it is significantly cheaper to make tooling and set up new tooling for a changed knife or a new knife than it is to do in the US. Like, I can't begin to manage the machining costs and all that to get all the tooling set up for, you know, a brand new knife in US at the amount you have to pay for the machining hours and the man hours and everything else. Jason Beecher. Yeah, like that's the thing is like your man hours cost next to nothing sending it out to China, Taiwan, places like that. Which also brings your machining and tooling costs down and everything else. Like it just brings all the costs down too low. And you got one company with a successful product out of China that they can sell cheaper than your successful product because you're not making it in China means you can't afford to not go to China to make it unless you want to go out of business. Yeah, the Buck 110 is always going to have a place somewhere. There's always going to be traditionalists that want a Buck 110. Now, the generation whose grandpa carried a 110 around and they want it for the nostalgia of that. We're starting to run out of people who had grandparents that carried a 110 and carried a knife in general. Like, you know, and I'm kind of wondering by the time we're senior citizens whether or not we're still going to be able to carry knives like we do now and not run into weird legal issues, or it's going to be, yeah, no one cares. Like, your grandkid buys you a new knife for your birthday and you're running around the fucking nursing home looking for shit to cut up. It's like 3 people missing their oxygen tubes now. Nah, Jason, you're good, man. I've got the 110 that belonged to my uncle before he passed away, and that thing was, it was good for Cardboard Slayer. And I will say 0 discomfort in the hand even after 4 hours of doing this. Frickin' laser knives. That was a rough cut. Yeah, if I wanted to carry a 110, I'm gonna have to buy a new one. Somehow my uncle loosened the action up enough to where you can do a downward gravity assisted flick, and there's a lot of fucking blade rattle in that thing. Like, I would be really worried about a partial deployment. God almighty. Why is this doing so good? Oh yeah, no, I wanted a 110 automatic too, like I really did, and then I saw the price, I'm like, no siree, Bob, I can't afford that. Oh, who was that? Randy's WSG that was complaining about the yellow Delrin, I think. Like it, if I could carry knives loose in my pocket safely and without tearing everything up in my pocket, and I had room for them, I'd be carrying some for review. But I absolutely have to have a pocket clip, and if I'm going to go modern, then I need one-handed opening and closing. And I like having a lock on it just for my own peace of mind. Sir, why are you doing so well? I'm going to give myself just a minute here. I don't know how well this is going to show up on camera here, but that is absolutely messed up. Yeah, that's about the only thing I miss about working outdoors is having the freedom to carry a bunch of stuff and play with it. It's not a blister. This is a callus right here that's been forming from this gap right here on the back of a knife, which that's an unavoidable hot spot for the most part. Like, what was it? We did the Harbor Freight Gordon knife last week, and I think you were here for that. Like, that didn't beat this up that bad. That was very comfortable. This one, however, it took about as long as usual for this to start hot spotting in the same spot it hot spots on everything. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to go grab the last multi-tool I carried on a job. Where the hell is it? It's over here somewhere. Dar, she blows. Okay, so you guys want a good laugh. You guys want to see something really cool. Okay, so this is the last multi-tool I ever carried on a job. We got this guy right here. Like, this is my last multi-tool purchase. And we got a locking blade. We have got the best saw on a multi-tool I've ever used. We've got some of the worst screwdrivers I've ever used on a multi-tool. That curved shank is garbage. And then we got some of the most awkward pliers in the world to use because you've got about as much weight as a Catholic church on this side while you're trying to grip something. But it is a pocket sword with about a 4-inch blade here. Like, I love this thing for what it is, but Dear Lord, it's impractical. I'm curious. What's the factory edge on the non-serrated part? The factory edge on the non-serrated part isn't great. Yeah, so like, thank you, Fook. If you haven't seen it yet, we are collecting money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. There's the link for it. If you want to drop $1 or $2 in the hat, that'd be awesome. Every little bit helps. I'm doing this to help a friend of mine that does this for Make-A-Wish 1 month out of every year. So far, he's raised enough to grant 3 separate wishes. Last year he cleared $5 grand, and we are hoping to help him blow that out of the water this year. So just every $1, $2, it helps out. If you don't feel like donating or don't have a couple extra bucks to spare, do not feel bad. No obligation. Poke Sly, what's up? We've been doing 9CR18 on this Civivi Mastodon. We're about 4 hours in, and the edge is still holding up really well. Let's see what we got. Yeah, there's some wear here, but it's like the 2-hour mark on 8CR. I don't think I'm physically going to be able to push this any further. I wanted to go for a longer stream, but apparently 4 hours is my limit physically. I guess let's start stropping and start closing things down, because I am cooked. So if you're looking at the Mastodon, I would recommend the Bull Mastiff instead. The Bull Mastiff is on bearings. Yeah, the knife won. The knife totally won. Bull Mastiff, same steel. The blade looks different. It's the same shape and the same size, but it's got a fuller instead of the cleaver hole. But with those bearings, you can centrifugally open it, and that is nice. But those bearings definitely feel good. Now, if you're in a filthy environment and getting tons of dirt packed in it, this is on washers, which would be better for that. It still drops shut, kinda, and you can still do a flick off of the cleaver hole right here. But the Mastodon overall, or the Bull Mastiff, does everything this does, but better. I tell you what, though, this makes me really worried about going in on like 14C28N. If I do find some good S30V on a knife that I want to put through this, or if I wind up with some 154 CM, like, this makes me worried. The steel on the Bull Mastiff is also 9CR18. Like I said, it's essentially the same thing. The only difference is it's on bearings, and there's a fuller instead of this hole right here. That's it. Same price, same steel, same size, same pattern. If you lay one on top of the other, it's the exact same silhouette. my God. So that is just the first and roughest grit of the strop, and Jesus Christ, it's already sharp again. We're going to go through the whole stropping process, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, my expectations were definitely set a bit too low. Yeah, yeah, I definitely had my expectations set way too low for this. Let's give it a bit more love. Let's get this thing as sharp as possible off of these strops. I think my oldest knife is a Ziegler 77 bayonet that I put a handle on from the mid 1960s. They sold bayonet blanks that had no handle on them to do whatever the hell you felt like with them. And I ended up putting a handle on one. Yeah, Benchmade is kind of like the Nintendo of the knife world. Like, if you're going to buy anything from Nintendo, you're going to pay a tax on that. Like, the flagship stuff, the price never goes down on it. Even buying a bit of a premium there. That's the best direct comparison I can think of to make. Just grab a new paper towel. Yeah, you might only find a buyer for that on like eBay, and even then, unless someone knows what it is and is specifically looking for it, that's going to be a tough sell. Yeah, I keep telling myself to carry my bug outs, but it's kind of hard to throw them in the mix when I'm always carrying something to take a look at and do a video on a few days later. I said that might just be an eBay sale, dude. All right. So that edge is good and shiny now. That is a mirrored edge. If the paper would cooperate. There we are. Yeah, so it responded to the strop quite well, as expected. It did strop up a little faster than I thought. I bet I could run it through another cycle and get it stupid sharp, but it's already pretty damn sharp. Yeah, the Mastodon did really good. It could use a little bit more love to get the edge to like shaving and crazy sharp. Of course, it's not going to strop up as quickly as other steels did, but it stropped back up to the point that it's at a little quicker than I expected. I didn't expect the 9CR18 to be such a drastic difference from 8CR13. But yeah, she's sharp again. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so I'll do the aftermath video on this tonight or sometime. And we'll give it about another 10 or 15 minutes here and wrap this up because I am cooked. I am well past cooked. Not baked, cooked. There's a difference. Probably broiled very badly. Yeah, one last time for the Make-A-Wish drive. If you haven't yet or you haven't seen it, we are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. There's the link for it. That goes straight to Make-A-Wish. Doesn't go through me. Doesn't go through the guy that's running the fundraiser. So you can throw a couple bucks at it with confidence, knowing it's going straight there. And every little bit helps. Yeah, I've definitely got to go. Definitely got to go sit. I am toast. Tell you what, though, I got to do one thing down here. So you're gonna hear me go away from the mic and kick my side or kick my lights. But I'm bringing the chat with me while I do it. Wow, chat just died. Step away for 1 second and see what happens. Oh yeah, believe me, I'd love to be trying new, nicer knives too. Like I would love to be trying out nicer new stuff, like 50 bucks and up. It ain't in the cards right now though. Yeah, I have no luck with the giveaways. I mean, I'm not like chasing them down and getting into them constantly, but still. Like I know a lot of the giveaway magic is like being on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and spending a lot more time there than I have. I have literally never sold anything on eBay. I mean, one of the things that I have with eBay is kind of like the thing where I say, oh no, I am away from the chair taking care of something before I shut everything down and go upstairs. But like when I say never send me anything you want back. Like even if I did have something sold, I don't trust myself to get it to UPS or wherever and get it shipped out. All right, Jason, have a good night, man. I appreciate you being here. Ow, okay, I am back to the chair. Yeah, I think this is where I'm gonna stop dropping a phone. I said stop dropping a phone, not continue. No, actually, I came back with this. I had to make some more e-liquid. No, I ran out of liquid to vape on, so I made more. But and it looks like going back and looking at the channel, we're back down below 1,000. We dropped back down to 998. Seriously, like, you check for yourself real quick, but I'm seeing 998 on mine. Yeah, I know. I told you, like it was gonna drop down. Like I figured it wasn't gonna stay up there for too long before it dropped again. Yeah. I mean, it's all right. It'll organically hit there in another day or two. Like the extra subs should set off tomorrow's pocket check, and if that can do 1,500 to 2,500 views, that should be 3 or 4 subs right there. Should be. Ugh. All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna wrap it up here. I gotta go upstairs and just sit and stare for a little while. But I appreciate all y'all being here. Fook and Punisher, I appreciate y'all taking up the moderator and doing the thing. But yeah, it is time for me to pull the plug. Good night, everybody. It's been a hooker and a privilege.